Chapter 779. Just you wait, damned human, Shark 17 said hatefully. You actually killed me like a stray dog. I must take revenge. When I return to the Shark clan, I'll gather all my brothers and send an army to the border. The next time we meet, I'll make sure your blood flows like a river and you pay the price of destroying the world. You killed one of my brothers, so I'll kill a ship full of humans. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. His hatred was overflowing, and he wanted to take revenge after leaving. Even if he couldn't kill this human, Xia Ping, he would kill those ordinary humans. He had to take revenge, or else he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Still want to run? Dream on. Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. He moved his body and circulated his qigong. His astral energy surged and condensed into an extremely sharp dagger. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a cold light, as if it could cut through iron like mud. What is this thing? Shark 17 didn't know why, but he instinctively felt that the dagger was extremely dangerous. It was as if he was being targeted by the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No matter where he ran, he couldn't escape. He felt that his entire body was enveloped by this human's mental power. His chi was locked, and he had nowhere to run. Faster, faster. Shark 17 gritted his teeth and frantically activated the Blood Evil flag. A terrifying blood evil energy wrapped around his body, forming a gale that he fled into the distance. It was like a hurricane, sweeping through everything. Along the way, a shocking mark was left on the ground. Soil flew in all directions, and buildings on the island collapsed. Head nailing 7 arrows art, die for me. Xia Ping activated the head nailing 7 arrows art, and his mental power instantly permeated the dagger, reaching the realm of being one with it. He completely fused with it and resonated with heaven and earth. Whoosh! In an instant, the dagger was thrown out and disappeared. It was as if the dagger had escaped into the void and entered another dimension. There wasn't even a sound of it tearing through the air. In the next second, the dagger appeared in front of Shark 17. How is this possible? Shark 17's hair stood on end, and he had goosebumps all over his body. He never thought that a hidden weapon could get so close to him without him noticing. This was simply impossible. Because one had reached Zhongshe realm, one would possess an extremely high spiritual sense. With the spread of one's mental energy, one would be able to detect even the slightest movement in the surroundings. However, at this moment, one could not detect anything at all. This was simply the strongest assassination technique, a peerless blade. In fact, this dagger was not simple at all. It was condensed from Xia Ping's astral energy and compressed to the extreme. Once it exploded, its power would be boundless. Even a grandmaster would be killed on the spot. Dong! In the blink of an eye, the dagger was indestructible. It pierced through Shark 17's protective astral energy and shattered the blood aura around him. Ah! Shark 17 let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was in mid-air, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch as the dagger pierced his body. When it wanted to activate the power of the Blood Fiend flag, it would completely shatter this dagger. But unexpectedly, after the dagger entered Shark 17's body, it immediately expanded, and the tyrannical stellar energy exploded on the spot. It was as if several hundred tons of explosives had exploded at the same time. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Shark 17's huge body exploded into pieces. Blood sprayed all over the ground as if it was free, dyeing the entire area red. His limbs were scattered in all directions, and a huge cloud of mist rose into the air like a mushroom. The endless airflow condensed into substance and turned into shock waves that swept in all directions, crushing the nearby buildings and razing them to the ground. Even the stones were turned to dust. The Blood Fiend flag in his hand fell to the ground. Shark 17 was dead. He's finally dead. Xia Ping stood on the ground and grabbed the Blood Fiend flag with one hand. Using his astral energy with the other, he grabbed Shark 17's head and placed it on the ground. The head of the pirate boss was very important because it was proof that he had completed the mission. Only by bringing Shark 17's head back to the company could he prove that he had completed the mission. Without the head, it would take a lot of effort to prove that he had completed the mission. At this moment, many Zongshire realm masters suddenly appeared in mid-air. They were like a huge bird that controlled the airflow and flew over at an extremely fast speed. When they saw the large number of corpses on the ground and Shark 17's head, they were all overjoyed. I didn't expect our luck to be so good this time. We just arrived at the Blood Fiend Island and we ran into this group of pirates. They are all dead. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is really helping me. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Kid, hand over the Blood Fiend flag immediately and we will spare your life. Each and every one of the Zongshire realm masters was ruthless. They actually attacked Xiaoping in an instant. Tyrannical astral energy vibrated and condensed into large swords, ropes, flying swords, and even big hands. These astral energies bombarded Xiaoping with the power to raise the entire area to the ground. Who is it? Xiaoping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He didn't expect that a group of Zongshire realm masters would appear at this time. It was obvious that this group of Zongshire realm masters were not members of the Blood Shark Pirates, nor were they reinforcements. Like him, they were also people who planned to attack the Blood Shark Pirates. However, he didn't expect that right after he killed the Blood Shark Pirates, this group of people would attack him. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of the situation and be the oriole that appeared last. But how could Xiaoping let this group of people do this? He had worked hard and used several schemes just to complete the task of killing this group of pirates, plundering their treasures, and making a windfall. Now, these people wanted to take advantage of the situation without doing anything. They even planned to kill people and take their treasures. How could he tolerate this kind of thing? In this world, people who could take advantage of him had not been born yet. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoping immediately attacked. With a palm strike, all the astral energy in his body burst out. It was earth-shattering and seemed to have the power to reverse the universe. Dong! In the void, a big hand of astral energy ruthlessly attacked these forces. The two collided in a frenzy, like a comet hitting the earth, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Immediately, a huge deep pit was blasted on the ground. The soil splashed everywhere. The astral energy condensed into a substance and turned into wind blades, sweeping in all directions, abruptly leaving countless traces. The group of people didn't expect Xiaoping to be so terrifying. This kind of vigorous astral energy was incredibly powerful. It was like an avalanche. Suddenly, they were shaken to the point that their blood and chi were tumbling, and they retreated again and again. Chapter 780. Who are you? Why did you attack me so viciously? Xiaoping looked at these uninvited guests with an unfriendly expression. Just this sneak attack alone was enough for them to die 10,000 times. Xiaoping! Suddenly, someone shouted, "Isn't this brat Xiaoping?" He stared at Xiaoping as if he didn't expect to see this brat at this place. This was out of his expectation. That person was Zhang Ziong and this group of people was the sinful army. Xiaoping. The group of people looked at Xiaoping. It was the first time for many of them to see this legendary genius. It was also because of this guy that Zhang Ziong and the others, young masters of influential families, were forced to join the sinful army and become prisoners on death row. It could be said that the two sides couldn't live under the same sky. You know me? Xiaoping frowned. He didn't think that one of the people who ambushed him would recognize him. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. The man gritted his teeth. You've caused us so much trouble. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable in this life. We'll fight to the death. His tone revealed a terrifying hatred. Won't rest until you die. What did I do to offend you? Who doesn't know that I'm a very upright person and rarely offends people? Did you get the wrong person? Xiaoping said that he was a good person and rarely did things that offended people. Bullshit. That person's lungs were about to explode. With your conduct, you offended everyone in the world. Which one of them didn't hate you? Many of them wanted to kill you. There were even kings. But now, he was bragging that he was a good person. He was shameless to the extreme. However, what made him even more sullen was that this shameless bastard didn't recognize him. He was the one who caused him so much trouble and was sent to the border to join the sinful army. But now, this brat didn't remember anything. He didn't even know his name. Was there anything more sullen than this? It was too embarrassing. If you don't remember, I'll tell you. That person gritted his teeth. I'm one of the core students that you tricked into the sinful army and sent to the endless sea. My name is Zhang Ziang. He said it word by word, as if he wanted Xiaoping to remember his name for the rest of his life. So that's how it is. You guys are that group of core students from back then. I'm sorry, it's been too long. I've almost forgotten about this. Xiaoping suddenly realized, but didn't you guys join the sinful army? It said that this is a death row prisoner army. Every time they carry out a mission, the death rate is as high as 99%. Why are you still alive? Could it be that they bribed you with money? He was very curious. Hearing this, Zhang Ziang and the others' faces turned green. This bastard touched their sore spot and asked them why they weren't dead yet. Wasn't he cursing them? The teammates around them all had the urge to kill Xiaoping. This bastard's mouth was too cheap. It made people unable to have even the slightest bit of good impression of him. Shut up. Zhang Ziang roared, even if you die, I'm not dead yet. You want me, Zhang Ziang, to die just like that? How could it be so easy? I don't want to die. Even God can't stop me. But I didn't expect to meet you on the Blood Shark Island. It's true that Heaven's Net has long arms. This is God helping me. It can be said that God still has eyes. He looked up to the sky and sighed with a feeling that his great hatred was about to be avenged. Heaven's Net has long arms. You'll have a share if it's missed. Xiaoping waved his hand, don't talk nonsense. Just now, you attacked me and tried to murder me. How are you going to settle this account? He showed a look as if he was going to interrogate them. Settle your ass. Chen Boning jumped out next to him, you're lucky that we didn't kill you just now. You actually want to settle this account with us. You're simply courting death. Do you know who you're talking to now? He stared at Xiaoping angrily as if he wanted to eat him. Of course I'm talking to a person. Are you talking to a dog? Xiaoping said disdainfully, if I'm not wrong, you should be the sinful army. You received a mission to destroy the Blood Shark pirates. But now I've beaten you to it. You've almost completed your mission. You're lucky. Otherwise, according to the strength of the Blood Shark pirates, it's not too much to kill you 100 times. But you're not grateful. You even want to bite the hand that feeds you and kill me. This is a great sin. Now I'm asking you for some compensation. Is it difficult for you? He looked at Chen Boning and others as if he was looking at some ungrateful and shameless villains. Bastard! Hearing these words, Zhang Ziang was so angry that his face suddenly turned red. He was furious. Xiaoping, don't think that now that you've been promoted to the Grandmaster level and have a little strength, you can act unscrupulously here. You said that with our strength, that group of pirates can kill us 100 times? You're crazy. When I was dominating the world, I didn't know which village you were hiding in. You're not qualified to look down on us. Let me tell you, no matter how glib your tongue is, you can't escape death today. He was full of murderous intent and showed his wild ambition. He thought that Xiaoping was just a martial master before. In front of him, this guy was like a piece of shit. But it didn't take long for him to be promoted to the Grandmaster level and be on an equal footing with him. Thinking of this, he was so jealous that his intestines turned green and his heart was unbalanced. In order to be promoted to the Grandmaster level, he didn't know how much effort and how much he had paid. Even so, he was trapped in this bottleneck for several years. But this kid was good. He casually broke through, as if there was no such thing as a bottleneck at all. If this continued, this brat's martial arts cultivation would surpass his, and he would be sitting on top of his head. That would be a sure thing. How could he accept this? You want to kill me? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. You're the sinful army, the people of the government. You want to kill civilians. This is dereliction of duty. Aren't you afraid of being shot? He didn't expect this group of people to be so bold and dare to kill him. Shoot your sister. Chen Boning coldly laughed. We are all prisoners on death row. We will die sooner or later. Could it be that we are afraid of death now? Also, this is an isolated island with no one around. Even if we kill you and bury you here, no one will find out that we were the ones who did it. Who can punish us then? In other words, even if we kill you, your death will be in vain. No one will be able to save you. He clenched his fists tightly and cracked them. Xia Ping. A cold light flashed in Sha Senlin's eyes. There is no giant company here that can protect you. I want to see how you are going to bring out your backer. Chapter 781. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Senlin immediately attacked. He cultivated a king-level peerless technique, the Greenwood Divine Technique. It was a wood-based technique that could control the wood-based energy of heaven and earth. Go to hell, Greenwood Divine Needle. Sha Senlin roared angrily, and his first move was to kill. He operated the Gang Qi in his body, and in an instant, tiny green divine needles were condensed in mid-air. These green divine needles were condensed from wood-based energy. Their Gang Qi was extremely compressed. If they entered a person's body, they would immediately expand and turn into a giant wood, causing the person's entire body to explode. It could be said that this was an extremely vicious martial technique. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, a dense number of green divine needles appeared in the sky. They were like raindrops pouring down, covering Xia Ping's body. This left him with no space to dodge at all. Moreover, these green divine needles were extremely sharp and specialized in breaking through the Gang Qi. Even if one were to use a defensive technique, one would not be able to withstand it. One would be pierced in an instant, and one's entire body would be like a beehive. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He flicked his finger gently, and with a boom, the power of flames erupted instantly. It was like a meteor or a sharp arrow, extremely fast, breaking through the sound barrier. It contained the terrifying power of the essence of the sun, and it seemed to have caused a sky full of fire. Boom! In an instant, when the Greenwood divine needles came into contact with the flames, they were quickly burned. It was as if the flames had encountered diesel, and they could not be stopped. In a few breaths, these Greenwood divine needles were burned completely, turning into green smoke. What? Sha Senlin's eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. He had not expected that his strongest martial technique would be so easily broken by this kid. It was as if he had blown off dust. Damn it! But it was not over yet. At this time, Sha Senlin felt his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by an ancient fierce beast. Endless fear spread throughout his body like a tide, as if he was facing the threat of death. Xia Ping continued to attack. With another light flick, a condensed flame shot out instantly. It was like a bullet tearing through the air and attacking at lightning speed. Such a flame bullet was really too fast. Although it was just a light flick, the explosive speed was no less than any sniper bullet. He had just used the Azure Wood Divine Needle and had expended a lot of his strength. Furthermore, in order to maximize its power, he had deliberately approached Xia Ping. At that moment, the two of them were so close to each other. Coupled with the fact that he could not recover his strength quickly, he could not block this attack at all. He could only watch helplessly as the flame bullet shot towards him. Dong! In the next second, the flame bullet sank into Sha Senlin's body. No! Sha Senlin screamed in terror. His eyes were filled with shock, panic, fear, despair, and other emotions. His past life experiences flashed through his mind like a lantern. Boom! Before he could react, his body burst like a balloon. The flame bullet instantly swelled up in his body and turned into a huge fireball. His body was immediately torn apart and exploded on the spot. Flames shot out in all directions and turned his body into a pile of meat paste. The flames even burned his bones into ashes. It was normal for this to happen. Even a powerful murloc like Shark 17 was killed by Xia Ping in a few moves. Although Sha Sanlin had some ability, how could he have resisted? He was killed in one move. Bastard, how dare you kill Sha Sanlin? How dare you? Zhang Xiang was shocked and angry. His eyes were wide open because Xia Ping's attack was too fast. He had killed Sha Sanlin in the blink of an eye. When he wanted to make a move, Sha Sanlin's entire body was shattered and turned into a pile of meat paste. He could not stop it at all. The others were also furious. Seeing their comrade killed by this kid in the blink of an eye, and in front of so many people, without any scruples, was simply a slap in their faces. Moreover, they were from the sinful army. They were considered part of the army. Killing them was equivalent to offending the army, and they would be wanted. Anyone who dared to touch them would have to think twice. But this kid was good. He was unscrupulous and did not show mercy at all. You dare to kill people despite the world's condemnation, why can't I? Xia Ping sneered. Since they dared to do it, he dared to do it again. These people thought that he wouldn't dare to kill them just because they were from the sinful army. What a joke. Attack, this kid has already become our enemy. Either he dies or we die. Let's kill him together. Zhang Xiang roared. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent was boiling. That's right, he is from the giant company. If the matter of us wanting to kill him is exposed, we won't be able to get off easy. We will suffer endless revenge. If we want to live, we have to kill him. We won't stop until he is dead. Chen Boning also shouted angrily, revealing Xia Ping's identity, completely cutting off the other members of the sinful army. Since they were enemies with this kid, it was impossible to surrender. They had to determine the winner and the loser, determine life and death. Kill! The group of people from the sinful army glanced at each other. They had already boarded this pirate ship. Even if they wanted to leave, it was impossible. They had to walk this path to the end. Drunken dream death. Drunken sword burial. Drunken world of mortals. Peak drunken extreme. Samsara drunken dream. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great sword masters attacked at the same time. Each of them was a powerhouse at the 4th sky of the Grandmaster realm. They had all cultivated a king-level sword art, drunken dream death. Every move of this sword art contained great power. When used, the power was endless, causing the enemy to hallucinate, as if they had fallen into the Avicii hell, suffering endless pain. Just one person alone was able to unleash such a powerful attack. Now that the 5 great sword masters joined forces at the same time, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. The power was superimposed crazily, like the waves of the sea, each wave stronger than the one before. In the past, these 5 people were a group of assassins, specializing in killing nobles and politicians. With this sword art, they had killed countless enemies. Even when the police came to chase after them, they were all killed by them. Ordinary sword masters were no match for them. In order to catch them, the police also paid a great price, and there were countless casualties. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword chi attacked, completely enveloping Xia Ping's body, wanting to tear him into pieces. Good timing. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. With a bang, he instantly took out a precious weapon obtained from the celestial demon battlefield, Flame Dragon Divine Sword. He held the sword and infused his gang chi into it. With a bang, with his body as the center, a terrifying flame field was immediately generated. A huge flame soared into the sky, reaching dozens of meters high. Chapter 782. Bang! As soon as the flame dragon divine sword appeared, a terrifying fiery sword aura burst out, forming a terrifying aura that immediately shattered the sword aura of the 5 grandmasters. It even created a terrifying shockwave that blasted out in all directions. The 5 grandmasters of the sword Dao were immediately sent flying back, their blood and chi churning from the impact. Another brilliant treasure? Zhang Xiang and the others were green with envy. They wanted to get a great treasure, but they couldn't. Even if they had to pay a huge price, they still couldn't. But this kid just casually took out a treasured tool. It was really too unreasonable. Die! Xia Ping brandished the Flame Dragon Divine Sword and performed the first form of the 4 Seasons Sword technique, Lingering Spring Sunday Whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the stellar energy in the air vibrated and the Flame Dragon Divine Sword released one fiery sword aura after another. The sword aura condensed to the extreme and turned into drops of rain. The raindrops floated in the air and fell from the sky, covering the entire area. It was as if missiles were being bombarded from the sky. The power of the 4 Seasons Sword technique itself, the power of Xia Ping's stellar energy, and the addition of the Flame Dragon Divine Sword made the power of the sword aura unimaginable. One attack had the power to destroy everything. Not good. The 5 grandmasters' expressions changed. They could feel the power of the fiery sword aura. If they were hit by it, they would most likely be reduced to nothing. But it was too late for them to run. Dong! Flaming sword chi rained down like meteors, bombarding the bodies of the 5 sword Dao grandmasters. Bang! One of the grandmasters was caught off guard and was immediately hit by one of the fiery sword aura. The sword aura pierced through his body and blood sprayed out like sparks. The fiery sword aura contained infinite destructive power. When it entered the grandmaster's body, the fiery power exploded like a cannonball. Arg! The grandmaster screamed miserably. His face was hideous, but he struggled to no avail. His entire body was blown to pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Run! The remaining 4 grandmasters of the sword Dao were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. They simply wished for nothing more than to grow a few more legs, and they exerted all their strength in an attempt to swiftly escape the area covered by this sword chi. You won't be able to escape. Xia Ping slashed out again. The second style of the 4 Seasons swordsmanship, Scorching Summer. With a boom, this sword strike was incomparably violent, releasing a terrifying flame sword chi. It was as if it had turned into a flame dragon that could devour the heavens and earth, destroying everything in its path. The surrounding temperature immediately rose by dozens of degrees, as if the hottest summer had arrived. The water on the ground evaporated completely, turning into scorched earth with many cracks. Stop! Sensing the threat from this sword chi, Zhang Xiang and the others' expressions greatly changed. They felt that they could not continue to stand by and watch. They immediately acted, wanting to save these grandmasters. You can't save the person I want to kill. Xia Ping remained unmoved and continued to slash out with his sword. Like the roar of a flame dragon, it chased after the 4 grandmasters of the Way of the Sword, sweeping through everything in its path. With a boom, the flame dragon opened its mouth savagely and swallowed the 4 sword Dao grandmasters into its stomach. Terrifying flames began to burn. A few seconds later, the 4 sword Dao grandmasters turned into charred corpses and lost all signs of life. Son of a bitch, you're courting death. Go! Kill him. Don't hold back. Anyone who kills people from the sinful army must die. All of you must die. Zhang Xiang and the others roared with killing intent. Some of them used the roaring tiger fist. The punch was like the roar of a ferocious tiger, with the might of a ferocious beast descending a mountain. It was as if this punch alone could collapse a small mountain. Some people used the soaring cloud palm, which was illusory like the clouds in the sky. However, it contained a ferocious power that could shatter rocks and split metal. Some people used the blade technique that had almost reached perfection. It was as if the entire earth had been split in two by the blade. They were invincible and had the bravery of 10,000 men. These grandmasters of the sinful army had honed their martial arts to the pinnacle. They were like human-shaped murder weapons. Every punch and every kick contained terrifying power. Now that there were more than 10 grandmasters attacking, it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Die my ass! Do you think you can kill me with trash like you? Do you know how much you're worth? Xia Ping shouted and circulated the pure yang everlasting incantation. The third form of the Four Seasons swordplay, rustling autumn wind. This sword strike seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze. With Xia Ping as the center, the surrounding several li was filled with a somber atmosphere. Everything began to wither. It was as if at this moment, the fiery sword chi from the flame dragon divine sword didn't have any heat. Instead, it made people feel extremely cold, the kind that could freeze their hearts and bones. It wasn't the kind of cold that acted on the body, but on the soul. It made people feel like their souls were being killed dozens of times, as if they had fallen into the yellow springs of the nine hells. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sword chi exploded, bombarding the grandmasters. In the next second, a thin line of blood appeared on their necks. It was hard to see with the naked eye. Ah! Immediately, 5 or 6 grandmasters let out miserable screams. Their eyes were wide open, as if they hadn't expected to be hit just like that. The sword slashed down silently, and their necks were cut by the sword chi. With a snap, their heads flew up, fell to the ground like a ball, and kept rolling. Oh no, this guy is too strong. We're no match for him at all. Moreover, he has a precious weapon. We can't beat him. Seeing several grandmasters being beheaded like chickens, Zhang Xiang and the others were so scared that their faces turned green. This was especially so for Zhang Xiang and Chen Boning. They were the most touched. During the genius contest, this kid was only a junior in the martial master realm. Compared to the core students like them, he was far weaker. However, after a few months, after experiencing the celestial demon battlefield, he had advanced by leaps and bounds and was promoted to the second heaven of supreme power realm. It was simply amazing progress. Now facing Xia Ping, they had no advantage at all. Even if they fought with real guns and bullets, they would be killed on the spot. The difference in combat strength was huge. At the thought of this, they felt extremely aggrieved. Since when could this person, whom they looked down upon, climb over their heads and show off his strength? All of you, stay here. Xia Ping's killing intent was boiling. Since he had killed so many of their people, he absolutely couldn't let them escape. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Especially the crime of killing the Sinner army. Even if the giant company could protect him, he might suffer a certain degree of suffering. Chapter 783. Dong! Xia Ping channeled the majestic earth chi in his body into the flame dragon divine sword, completely activating the weapon's power. In an instant, he stabbed the sword into the ground. The fourth form of the Four Seasons swordsmanship, decay of all things. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the flame dragon divine sword stabbed into the ground, the entire ground burst open. A powerful sword chi exploded in the ground within a radius of several miles, and one extremely sharp sword chi after another darted out from the ground. With a clanging sound, blades emerged from the ground one after another, emitting an incomparable chill. It was as if the entire area had turned into a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, annihilating and destroying everything. This kind of sword will was extremely terrifying. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze one's heart and soul. It was as if the Grim Reaper had come out of hell with a sickle to harvest souls. Ah! One by one, the grandmasters let out shrill screams. They were caught off guard and were instantly pierced by a blade that shot out from the ground. Blood gushed out, and even their hearts were crushed. They were nailed to the ground like skewers. Large amounts of blood dripped down, dyeing the ground red. Impossible! Chen Boning shouted. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. He used the king-level footwork, 8 trigrams and 9 palace footwork. His figure flickered as he tried to avoid the blades that shot out from the ground. But there were too many of them. There were thousands of them, densely packed and covering the entire area. He used this footwork to constantly move around and avoid the attacks of dozens of blades. But when hundreds of blades attacked at the same time, he could no longer dodge. Dong! With just one blow, his entire body was pierced by the flaming blades. His body turned into a huge beehive and blood flowed out. Chen Boning's eyes were wide open. His body fell to the ground, and he died with his eyes wide open. Damn it! Even if you kill me, you won't have it easy. I'll kill you. Zhang Xiang's face was ferocious as he watched the people around him die one by one. He had no power to resist. He knew that no matter how much he struggled, he would not be able to escape. Immediately, he wanted to detonate the smart steel ring on his body. There was a powerful explosive on it. If it were to be detonated, it would be enough to raise the area within a few miles to the ground. This steel ring was not only used to prevent them from escaping, but it could also be used to detonate and perish together with the enemy. Even if they died, they could drag a few of them down with them. Ha! Xia Ping was quick-witted. He felt a strong sense of danger coming from Zhang Xiang. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, he definitely wouldn't allow the other party to do anything. Head-piercing 7 arrows art. He made a grabbing motion with his hand. His stellar energy vibrated and condensed into a dagger. Whoosh! In an instant, Xia Ping threw the dagger out soundlessly, hiding in the void. In the next second, the dagger arrived in front of Zhang Xiang. Before Zhang Xiang could think of anything, the dagger immediately chopped off his head. It flew out like a soccer ball, fell to the ground, and rolled around. Zhang Xiang, dead. Up until now, all the members of the Xin army that had launched an assault had perished, and not a single one was left alive. Ha! Is there a bomb in this steel ring? Xia Ping looked over and immediately saw the iron hoops around the necks of the sinners. He probed them with his mind power and found that these iron hoops were unusual. Whoosh! Reflexively, he made a grasping motion, and a hand of astral energy shot out, grabbing all of the steel hoops. Then, like a giant hurling a boulder, he hurled the hoops away. Boom! In an instant, these iron hoops were thrown into the air and exploded on the spot. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the roar was extremely shocking. The condensed energy swept in all directions, destroying many buildings. Heat waves surged, and many broken walls were shattered. The scene was very shocking. If Xia Ping hadn't been vigilant, the explosion of these iron hoops would have caused terrible consequences. It was likely that these iron hoops had been programmed long ago. Once the owner died, they might explode on their own, burying the enemies who killed the sinners. Not bad. There are treasures and secret manuals. After the crisis was resolved, Xia Ping patted the dust off his body and immediately searched for treasures on the sinners. He immediately found that they carried a lot of healing elixirs and elixirs that could strengthen martial arts cultivation. These elixirs were also very useful for a grandmaster. Ha! Isn't this the martial arts secret manual that Sha Lin had? This secret manual seems to be called Greenwood Magic Needle. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He immediately knew that this martial art was the martial art that Sha Lin had used before. Moreover, its power was not simple. It condensed Greenwood Gang Qi into a needle and shot it out. It was sinister and vicious. If the enemy was hit by this Greenwood magic needle, they would immediately explode and die. Not bad. This martial art is very suitable for me. Xia Ping's eyes suddenly brightened. Although this martial art belonged to the wood attribute, the technique of using Gang Qi was worth learning. If he could condense the flaming Gang Qi into a magic needle and shoot it out, it would be like the legendary peerless hidden weapon, the Storm Thunder Flower Needle. Such an attack power would definitely be unbelievably strong. Moreover, such a flaming magic needle could explode on the spot when shot into the enemy's body. According to the power of the flaming Gang Chi explosion, it would be much stronger than the wood Gang Chi explosion. Is that so? Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He took a look at the secret manual and immediately gained some understanding. For the current him, he had already been promoted to a guru and cultivated many kings' secret manuals. He already had an extremely strong comprehension ability. He did not need the system to enlighten him at all. He could already understand by analogy and draw inferences about other things from one instance. In particular, the enhancement of soul power had also strengthened his ability to comprehend martial arts. Buzz he grabbed with his big hand and circulated his qigong. His Gang Chi vibrated and immediately condensed into a red steel needle. With a whoosh, the steel needle shot out like lightning. In an instant, it pierced through a boulder that weighed dozens of tons in front of it effortlessly. The boulder was pierced on the spot. It was as fragile as tofu. Then, the flaming steel needle immediately expanded and turned into a huge fireball that exploded on the spot. Boom! Immediately, the boulder was blown into pieces and turned into powder. The power was amazing. Even a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the soil on the ground splashed out. Xia Ping was very satisfied with such power. Just one steel needle was so terrifying. If thousands of steel needles were shot out, the power would be unimaginable. Or perhaps it was more suitable for him than the fireball bomb. Are there no other secret manuals? Xia Ping continued to search, but found that he could no longer find other martial arts secret manuals. It seemed that only Sha Sun Lin had it. Perhaps he wanted to comprehend it at all times, so he did this. He probably did not expect that he would die, and even leaked the precious martial arts secret manuals in his family. Chapter 784. At this time, the headquarters of the sinful army. When Zhang Xiang and others died, the life sensors in their bodies immediately transmitted the news of their death, and the cadres of the sinful army headquarters immediately knew the news. What? A high-ranking general was shocked. What the hell is going on? Zhang Xiang and others are dead? Didn't they go to perform a very simple task? It's just killing some pirates, and the enemy is in the light, how could they die? And it's a total annihilation. After he got the news, he was very shocked. Because even in the sinful army, the Grandmaster is a very powerful force, and the death of one can be regarded as a heavy loss. Now Zhang Xiang and others are all dead, which shocked many generals. Although the strength of the Blood Shark pirates is good, Zhang Xiang's strength is not simple. Even if they are really discovered by the Blood Shark pirates, it is absolutely impossible for them to be completely destroyed. There will always be a few of them coming out alive. What happened in the end? A bald admiral was also very confused. If a dignified grandmaster wanted to escape, very few people could kill them. But now they are all dead, and no one survived, which makes many people feel puzzled. I don't know. An intelligence officer shook his head. It is said that they went to the Blood Shark pirates' lair this time, which seems to be a foggy island with a natural maze. Even the place where the Blood Shark pirates' headquarters is located contains many mysteries. Maybe Zhang Xiang and others fell into a trap and were all killed, or maybe they were unlucky and violated some kind of taboo in that place. He said his thoughts. Many generals nodded. The endless sea is mysterious and unpredictable, and there are many unsolved mysteries, especially in some seas. There will always be many unknown dangers. Even the king may not be able to escape from this kind of danger. If Zhang Xiang and others, for some reason, touched some kind of taboo force in the sea, and as a result, they were all killed, which is not surprising. Check. A high-ranking general immediately said, immediately check the cause of Zhang Xiang's death, and see if they died in the trap of the Blood Shark pirates? Or were they unlucky and accidentally touched a taboo place and died? No matter how they died, we must find out the reason. His tone was harsh. Yes, General. Many intelligence officers immediately saluted with a solemn expression. The news of Zhang Xiang and the others' deaths quickly spread, and many core students who joined the sinful army knew about it. Hua Gang, Chao Jingbin, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Another dead one. Many course students were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and their legs were weak. Ever since they joined the sinful army a few months ago, although the death rate wasn't high, there were still some course students who died in accidents. And now, even Zhang Ziyong, Chen Boning, and Sha Lin, the 3 course students, had died. 3 of them had died in an instant. This matter had greatly frightened them, and their faces were deathly pale. No, this won't do. We have to escape. If we continue to stay in this damned place, we will definitely die. This kind of mission isn't something a human can complete. A course student collapsed. He wanted to escape. How? Hua Gang sneered. Don't forget what exactly is on your neck. If you dare to take even half a step out of the sinful army's base, it will immediately detonate and you'll be executed on the spot. If you want to die, then run. Hearing these words, many of the course students felt despair. They touched the metal rings around their necks. This was simply a slave ring, controlling them and preventing them from escaping. But what should we do now? We will die if we stay here, but we will also die if we escape. Could it be that we can only wait for death? It's all that damnable Xia Ping's fault. If it wasn't for that son of a bitch, how could we be in such a miserable state? To think that we are all descendants of kings, yet we were actually harmed by that country bumpkin to such a miserable state. We can't even control our life and death. This is a great humiliation. If I don't take revenge for this, I swear I'm not a human. That brat seems to be doing very well now. He advanced to the elite adept realm and became a core member of the giant company. He's already starting to rise rapidly. I reckon he doesn't even place us losers in his eyes anymore. I can't accept this. Why is this brat able to eat and drink all day while we are in such a miserable state? Each of the core students gritted their teeth, filled with hatred toward Xia Ping. If Xia Ping appeared before them, they would definitely rush over and skin this bastard alive. Hua Gang and Chao Jingbin couldn't help but clench their fists as green veins popped out on their foreheads. Interesting. Do you guys want revenge? All of a sudden, a black shadow appeared in this space. A sinister laughter rang out, reverberating through the air. Who is it? Hua Gang and the others were shocked. They instantly retreated and looked at the black shadow in the distance with vigilance. It didn't seem to have a physical body. It was just a lump of black smoke. I'm not a human, but a demon, the shadow said. Hua Gang's eyes flashed as he thought of something. So that's how it is. This kind of state of nothingness, if I didn't guess wrongly, you should be one of the strongest assassins in the demon race, the Shadow Demon. That's right, I am indeed the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon admitted. Hua Gang stared at the Shadow Demon. This is the headquarters of the sinful army. Experts are as common as the clouds and there's even a surveillance system. How did you get in here? He couldn't understand. I naturally have my own methods. As for what they are, you don't need to ask. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want Xia Ping to die? The Shadow Demon calmly said. What do you mean? Hua Gang and the others stared at the Shadow Demon. I believe you guys also know that Xia Ping has done evil and brought disaster to the 4 directions, causing many demon kings to be enraged. The Shadow Demon calmly said, many demon kings in the myriad demon mountain want this human to die. They want him to die immediately. That's why we need your help to find the whereabouts of that human Xia Ping. I believe this shouldn't be a difficult thing for you guys. After all, this is the Sinful Army, one of the largest intelligence organizations in the human government. It calmly looked at Hua Gang and the others. You guys are demons and we are humans. We are like fire and water, absolutely irreconcilable. If we help you, what's in it for us? Hua Gang sneered. The Shadow Demon cackled, you guys are right. You won't get any benefits from helping us. The only benefit is that you guys can watch that human Xia Ping die. Just this little benefit? Are you guys willing or not? It revealed an indifferent expression. Yes. Hua Gang and the others clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. There was no benefit more tempting than this. If that hateful Xia Ping died, then it didn't matter if there was no benefit. Or it could be said that watching that domineering brat die was the biggest benefit. Even if they had to join hands with the demons, they wouldn't hesitate. Chapter 785. At this time, on the Blood Shark Island, many corpses of pirates, as well as the corpses of the sinful army, were completely burned by Xia Ping's flames and turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Even if someone came to Blood Shark Island, they wouldn't know who did this. They wouldn't even know if they were dead. Perhaps they were missing. It's worthy of being the treasure house of the Blood Shark pirates. There are so many treasures inside. Coming to the treasure house of the Blood Shark pirates, Xia Ping was very violent. He punched the door of the treasure house and directly stepped into the treasure house. He looked at the mountains of gold and silver jewelry, as well as various elixirs, and precious ores in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. A rough estimate shows that there are at least 1 trillion federal coins worth of treasures here. He doesn't know how many years the Blood Shark pirates have been robbing to accumulate these treasures. But now it all belongs to him. Plunder, plunder everything. Xia Ping was extremely excited. He immediately took action and put all the treasures into his space ring. He didn't even let go of a single screw. It was like plucking feathers from a goose. In just half an hour, the treasure house was completely emptied. However, he didn't find any treasures here. It is estimated that the blood-killing flag on Shark 17 is the biggest treasure on him. If he wants to take out a second one, it will be extremely difficult. Ha! Suddenly, Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He heard a prompt from the system. Someone has a murderous intent towards him and is trying to carry out a plan against him. So it's like this. Is it Hua Gang and the other core students? I didn't expect this group of people to be so persistent after entering the Sin army. They even plan to collude with the monster race. They really don't learn from their mistakes. Xia Ping clenched his fists. He knew that the monster race and Hua Gang colluded with each other and planned to kill him. It seems that I have to enhance my strength as soon as possible. Although Xia Ping is very confident in his ability to hide his whereabouts, standing by the river will always get his shoes wet. There will always be times when his whereabouts will be exposed. This is also an inevitable thing. After all, with Hua Gang and the other core students controlling the intelligence of the Sin army, it is estimated that it won't be long before they find out his whereabouts. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to increase his strength as quickly as possible. When the time came, even if the demon clan assassins came, he would make the group of demons drink hatred and pay a heavy price. Let's go back. After plundering all the treasures on Blood Shark Island, Xia Ping had no reason to stay here any longer. He immediately left Blood Shark Island, intending to return to the City of Giants. However, he didn't use the Moon God ship to quickly return. Instead, he walked on the waves of the sea. He wanted to borrow the power of nature to continuously sharpen his martial arts cultivation. This was also a form of cultivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xia Ping circulated the astral energy in his body and stepped on the blue waves. The soles of his feet were covered with a thick layer of astral energy. It was as if his feet were stepping on a cement floor and he was walking on the sea as if he was walking on flat ground. Because he needed to circulate his stellar energy at all times to maintain a certain balance in his body, he had to reach a fine level of control over his stellar energy. Otherwise, he would easily fall into the sea. Moreover, on the sea, the waves were surging. From time to time, huge waves would come crashing down, enough to capsize a giant ship. Xia Ping also had to think of ways to resist them. The huge waves came crashing down with unknown force. Such power was no less than a strike from a grandmaster. Ordinary people would be instantly smashed into meat paste by this power. Only a grandmaster would dare to cultivate in such a dangerous sea like the Endless Sea. Awesome! Xia Ping circulated his qigong to the extreme. The astral energy flowed around his meridians. It was like a sports car speeding on the highway. It was extremely enjoyable. In the Endless Sea, he could display his strength to his heart's content. Humans, there are humans running on the sea. Hee hee, I heard that human flesh is very delicious, especially some warriors. Their bodies contain the energy of spiritual herbs. If you eat them, it's no less than consuming a spiritual herb. Kill him and we'll have a banquet tonight. Xia Ping's unscrupulous running was also noticed by some fishmen on the sea. Some were frightened and did not dare to approach, but there were also skilled and bold fishmen who wanted to kill Xia Ping. Human, stop right there. We have something we want to discuss with you. One of the fishmen shouted. Its small eyes were rolling around, harboring malicious intentions. It wanted Xia Ping to stop, so that it could surround and kill him and devour his flesh. Scram! Xia Ping did not even look. His whole body was wrapped in stellar energy. He was like a cannonball. He did not care about the surrounding fishmen who wanted to harm him and directly rushed out. Ah! Those fishmen were caught off guard. They did not expect Xia Ping to be so savage. They tried to stop him, but how could they? Xia Ping's speed was extremely fast, breaking through the sound barrier. Trying to stop such a person was no less than an ordinary person trying to stop a high-speed train at full speed. Bang! Immediately, a fishman who tried to stop Xia Ping was smashed into a ball of meat sauce on the spot, turned into meat paste, and died without a whole body. Some fishmen next to him tried to come up, but they were also sent flying by the huge waves around them. Those huge waves seemed to turn into a giant hand, slapping down fiercely, and immediately shattered them into pieces. Xia Ping ran along the way. It was a mess, leaving behind hundreds of fishmen corpses, bright red. If this was in the human world, it would be the scene of a car accident, with countless casualties. However, on the sea, this is a very common thing. Every time they hunt, they don't know how many fish die. Some fishmen saw that this human was fierce, no less than a deep-sea monster, and all of them trembled in fear, no longer daring to stop him. For 5 days in a row, Xia Ping ran on the Endless Sea, walking on the waves, and his speed was extremely fast, setting off amazing huge waves. From a distance, he looked like a flying fish swimming. Comfortable. Xia Ping felt that his body was very comfortable. This was a kind of extreme cultivation. There were huge waves above the sea all the time, slapping on his body. Running the North Sea protective skill was to help him cultivate. The Gang Qi in his body also grew rapidly, as if he had fought with countless supreme power masters, and he had benefited a lot. Even after this kind of hard cultivation, he had mastered the Gang Qi in his body to a subtle level, and even sharpened his spiritual force to become more powerful, as if he had gone through thousands of tempering. Although there were times when his Gang Qi was overconsumed, he took the spiritual liquid and elixirs, which could quickly make up for the Gang Qi in his body, so that he could maintain his peak state. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Ping felt that his body was full of Gang Qi. After 3 days of cultivation, he broke through 5 or 6 acupoints in succession, which greatly increased the Gang Qi in his body. It seemed that he was about to reach the peak of the second sky of supreme power. Chapter 786. Sure enough, fighting with nature is also a kind of cultivation. At this time, Xia Ping casually stepped on the waves. After several days of cultivation, his control of earth energy was like a fish in water, and he didn't know how many times stronger it was before. Every corner of his body was covered with earth energy, and he could even extend it out, merging with the sea. It seemed that at this moment, he had also merged with the sea, completely controlling the rhythm of the waves. Every time he moved, the waves would shake, and he could use the power of the waves to move forward quickly. Compared to before, Xia Ping seemed to walk on the sea more easily, as if he could control the power of the sea and save a lot of his strength. This was a brilliant manipulation of earth energy. And my body has also become stronger. Xia Ping clenched his fists, looking at his bulging muscles. These past few days, he had been constantly fluctuating with the waves, as if countless masters were attacking him from all directions. The majestic power of the sea crushed over and slapped on his body, constantly tempering him like a piece of steel that had been tempered thousands of times, expelling the impurities in his body. It could be said that such a harsh environment had made his body even stronger. Every inch of his muscles contained explosive power. When he punched out, it was enough to create an explosion of air and smash a small mountain several kilometers away. Ha! Suddenly, Xia Ping's spiritual force sensed a burst of fighting sounds coming from the distant sea. A huge human ship was surrounded by several pirate ships. A large number of cruel and evil pirates were fighting with the martial artists on the ship. The sound of fighting shook the sky, and a large amount of blood flowed on the sea, as well as the corpses of humans and murlocs. It was completely obvious that this time the fighting was fierce. And the humans seemed to be at a disadvantage, because there were too many murlocs and pirates, several times more than the humans. They were fierce and unafraid of death, and it was estimated that after a period of time, the humans would be slaughtered by the murlocs and pirates. No, isn't that Jiang Yaru? Suddenly, Xia Ping's spiritual force perception spread out for a radius of 10 kilometers, and he immediately sensed a peerless beauty who, even though she was wearing loose training clothes, still couldn't hide her impressive figure. On the ship, her graceful figure flashed everywhere. Because she was too fast, she left behind afterimages. She struck out with her palm, fierce and unmatched, like a Vajra Arhat, with the power to subdue demons and subdue demons. Dong dong dong. One after another, the fishmen were killed by the power of her palm. Their heads were smashed into meat paste, and they died miserably. They were unable to withstand such a fierce palm strike. However, such a tragic scene didn't look bloody at all. Instead, it became a little pleasing to the eye with her beautiful face. It was like a blood-colored, elegant, and noble waltz. She also looked like a noble and beautiful princess. She wore a battle robe and repelled powerful enemies, giving off a valiant and formidable-looking air. Under her full strength, the human side actually gained the upper hand for a while, beating the fish people pirates to retreat, causing many ordinary martial artists to cheer. He seems to have advanced to the fifth heaven of martial master realm. Xia Ping's eyes were extremely sharp. He could immediately tell that Jiang Yaru's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds compared to before. If he had stayed at Yanhuang University, he wouldn't have made such progress. However, she had come out with her master from the Cold Moon Palace to gain experience. She had never thought that she would have such a fortuitous encounter. Her rate of improvement was not inferior to the exceptional geniuses of the sovereign clans. Oh no! Xia Ping soon discovered that the fish people pirates were angry. They finally saw the threat of Jiang Yaru, a human. In an instant, a 5-meter-tall giant fish people pirate jumped out. It was a grandmaster, at least at the second heaven of martial master realm. It appeared in front of many human beings, holding a black giant axe. It was like a giant facing ordinary human beings. There was an overwhelming gap in combat strength. When the ordinary martial artists saw this fish people appear, they all felt despair. This was not only the gap in physique and strength, but also the gap in martial arts cultivation. Human, go to hell! The fish people grandmaster shouted angrily. Holding the giant axe in his hand, he chopped towards Jiang Yaru's head in the air like a giant splitting Mount Hua. The power of this axe was terrifying to the extreme. Because it was too fast, it tore through the air. Qi condensed into a substance, impressively turning into wind blades, flying in all directions. Some of the human martial artists nearby were caught off guard and were hit by these wind blades. They were instantly torn apart from the middle, splitting into two halves. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Fish people, don't be so arrogant. At this time, the human grandmaster also attacked. He punched out, and his gang chi shook. But it was useless. Dong! This attack of the axe sent the human grandmaster flying on the spot. Like a cannonball, he smashed hard on the floor of the ship, creating a deep pit and breaking into pieces. Ah! The human Grandmaster was so shocked that he coughed up blood. More than a dozen bones in his body were broken, and his lungs were seriously injured. Although he was also a master at the second heaven of martial master realm, compared with the fish people, the gap was too big. In terms of strength alone, the fish people was 10 times stronger than him. Often, it took 2 or 3 human grandmasters of the same level to kill a fish people of the same level. It's over. Even the grandmasters are no match for it. That fish people grandmaster is too terrible. He's simply a monster. Run, run now. If you don't run, you'll die. Many human martial artists finally panicked. The appearance of the fish people grandmaster was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Their minds were broken. They no longer had the courage to fight, and all they wanted was to run away. Damn it! Jiang Yaru clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes showed a trace of resoluteness. Although she had the secret treasure her master had given her, and even if she encountered a grandmaster, she could still escape. But with so many ordinary humans standing behind her, how could she escape? But she was not a pedantic person. If there was really no other way, running away was also the best plan. At least she could come back alive and take revenge for the humans who had died. But now, she still wanted to kill as many fish people as possible to create an opportunity for others to escape. Human, go to hell. A trace of cruelty appeared in the eyes of the fish people grandmaster. To it, there was no difference between beauty and ugliness in humans. They were just food. It clenched its giant axe and swung it down again. It wanted to kill this human woman who had killed so many of its companions. Shoo! Just at this moment, a flame suddenly crossed in the distance, like a meteor, passing by in a flash. Some people had very sharp eyes. They saw that it was a small needle flying in the air. It was the divine flame needle. Dong! In the next second, the divine flame needle instantly pierced through the fish people grandmaster's body. It was as fragile as tofu, and penetrated into the deepest part of its body. No! The fish people grandmaster let out a mournful scream. Because at this moment, the divine flame needle was rapidly expanding. Countless particles collided with each other, causing an astonishing explosion. Chapter 787. Dead? That Grandmaster Fishman is dead? No way. Just who did it? Could it be that there's a hidden Grandmaster level expert amongst us, and he couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he finally made his move? That's great. With a Grandmaster here, we won't have to die this time. We won't have to die. Quite a few people saw the Grandmaster Fishman's death, and all of them began to cheer, wild with joy. This Grandmaster Fishman's strength was incomparably terrifying. Just him alone had killed who knew how many of their experts. If it weren't for this Grandmaster Fishman, they wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. But now that the Grandmaster Fishman had been killed, the pressure on their bodies was greatly reduced. What? Jiang Yaru, who had originally wanted to use her trump card, was completely dumbfounded. Just like that, she watched as the Grandmaster Fishman's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere as he died in front of her. She couldn't even imagine it. After all, this was a dignified Grandmaster. No matter where he was an extremely tyrannical existence. Apart from kings, he was the strongest existence. If he was in the army, he would be an existence on the level of a general, commanding tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of subordinates. And on the entire ship, there wasn't a single Grandmaster that was a match for this Grandmaster Fishman. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been no one who came out to stop this Fishman from wreaking havoc and killing the innocent. But now, this Grandmaster Fishman had been killed. Just who had killed him? Jiang Yaru looked around, trying to find the expert who had killed the Grandmaster Fishman. This! Jiang Yaru's pupils shrank. She immediately saw that in the distance, a figure had suddenly appeared, walking on the surface of the sea as if walking on flat ground. His speed seemed very slow, but in the blink of an eye, he had advanced several hundred meters. In just a few breaths of time, this mysterious figure had actually arrived in front of everyone. Xia Ping. When she saw this mysterious figure clearly, Jiang Yaru couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This person who had suddenly appeared was actually Xia Ping, who she hadn't seen for a long time. She never imagined that she would actually meet this scoundrel on the endless sea. This was far beyond her expectations. Why are you shouting so loudly? You don't usually shout so loudly when you're moaning in bed. With a whoosh, Xia Ping instantly appeared in front of Jiang Yaru, lazily looking at her. What? When the surrounding people heard these words, they were all dumbfounded. This goddess-like woman was loved by countless men. After boarding the ship, she had been pursued by many men. Moreover, she looked as pure as ice and as clean as jade, awe-inspiring and inviolable. She was like a saintess, an existence that could not be profaned and could not be touched. But now she actually had a man, and they even had that kind of indescribable relationship. Suddenly, many men heard the sound of their hearts breaking, like glass breaking. It seemed that they had fallen out of love before they even started dating. Was there anything more tragic than this in the world? Who called for bed? Don't talk nonsense here. In an instant, Jiang Yaru's face turned red. She wanted nothing more than to eat this scoundrel like a meat bun. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, this hooligan actually dared to say such words to a pure and untainted maiden. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Originally, when they reunited after such a long time, and at such a critical moment, she was more or less touched and had a lot to say. But now, all her feelings were gone. She wanted to punch that shameless face. Shut up. At this time, another Murloc guru suddenly rushed out from the distance. It was furious. Damn human, you are still flirting here. You killed my brother. Give me your life immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 5 or 6 Murloc gurus jumped out from the pirate ship. The strongest one was at the Supreme Power Realm 4th sky, and the weakest one was at the Supreme Power Realm 2nd sky. This was simply turning out in full force. Originally, they thought that such a small force would be enough to kill all the humans on this ship and plunder all the treasures on it. This was a simple task. But who would have thought that someone would suddenly appear and kill one of their senior cadres at once? It immediately made their lungs explode with anger and aroused monstrous hatred. They were all brothers and had a very good relationship. The death of one of them was an unbearable loss. One could imagine their hatred for Xia Ping now. They simply wanted to kill him immediately and peel his skin and pull out his tendons. It's over. Why are there still so many Murloc gurus? Why are we so unlucky? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come on this ship. We're dead for sure. Who can save us? Save my ass. Just wait for death. With so many Murloc gurus appearing, it's enough to kill us dozens of times. Seeing the appearance of these Murloc gurus, many humans fell into a state of despair. They didn't expect to be able to escape. Even leaving their bodies intact was also an extravagant hope. Jiang Yaru was also momentarily stunned by the appearance of this group of Grandmaster Fishmen. His expression was grave to the extreme. To the humans who were already in a disadvantageous position, the appearance of these Grandmaster Fishmen had basically destroyed all hope of survival. Go to hell, human. Die with regret. Regret why you were so stupid to get involved in this mess. 5 or 6 Murloc gurus shouted and attacked Xia Ping at the same time. Some of them held giant axes. They jumped over like cannonballs and chopped down in the air. Some of them held black hammers. Their whole bodies were like Mount Tai. When the hammers fell, it seemed that the air was slapped into a vacuum. Some of them held 3-meter-long broadswords. They were incomparably sharp. When they slashed down, they seemed to have the might of a saber guru. The saber chi was oppressive, as if it could split a ship in half. The combined might of 6 Murloc gurus was too shocking. It was as if the surrounding 1 kilometer had become a vacuum. Their majestic aura crushed down, as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. When ordinary martial artists faced this kind of pressure, they couldn't even stand up. Their legs were trembling. Noisy. Did I allow you to speak? Impudent. Xia Ping glanced sideways. He grabbed at the air, condensed his astral energy, and unleashed divine flaming needles. This was an extremely high-level king-tier martial technique. Its grade was no lower than that of a peerless king-tier martial technique. His astral energy was madly compressed, and numerous divine flaming needles were condensed in the air. After several days of cultivation, he had long since cultivated this martial technique to perfection. Shio shio shio. In an instant, dozens of divine flaming needles appeared in the air. They were energy condensed from flames at the level of sun essence. They shot towards the Murloc gurus. Dong! These divine flaming needles specialized in breaking through protective astral energy. Those Murloc gurus didn't expect these divine flaming needles to be so terrifying. They were instantly pierced through by the needles, and even their astral energy barriers were rendered useless. With just a single strike, these divine flaming needles sank into the bodies of the Murloc gurus. No! Chapter 788. So strong. When the crowd saw the 5 or 6 fishman grandmasters killed by Xia Ping in an instant, they were all dumbfounded. These were fishman grandmasters, not salted fish that could be found anywhere. But now they were like vegetables, slaughtered by this young man as if they were nothing more than vegetables. His strength was simply terrifying. Although Xia Ping was famous in the Cloud Continent, he was still a nobody in the Endless Sea. Not many people had heard of him, so it was normal that they didn't know him. After all, in a place like the Endless Sea, there were too many strong people. Grandmasters could be seen everywhere. He's getting more and more abnormal. Jiang Yaru was speechless. She had originally thought that by cultivating with her master, she would quickly surpass this rogue. At that time, she would be able to casually beat him up and get revenge. But who would have thought that this guy's speed of improvement was simply unreasonable? He had already become a grandmaster and was competing with the older generation. There was basically no one among the younger generation who could compete with him. This gap in strength made her feel a little depressed. Opportunity, this is a great opportunity. With the fishman grandmasters dead, they no longer have high-end combat power. Destroy them, immediately destroy them and take revenge. Some of the smarter martial artists were not stunned. They immediately reacted, knowing that this was a great opportunity. The fishman grandmasters had been destroyed, and the human grandmasters were still alive. The gap in combat power was immediately reversed. This group of fishman pirates seemed to be large in number, but apart from the grandmasters, most of them were cannon fodder. In the face of the human grandmasters, they simply couldn't withstand a single blow. Hearing these words, each and every one of the human martial artists became excited. Some even revealed hatred in their eyes. These fishman pirates had just killed many of their relatives and friends. Originally, they had thought that there would be no chance for revenge. But now that the fishman grandmasters were finished, how could they not hit them when they were down? Bang bang bang. Several human grandmasters took the lead, and many martial masters followed closely behind. They attacked with irresistible force, killing the fishman pirates like they were chickens. After half an hour, these fishman pirates, except for a few clever ones who immediately jumped into the sea to escape, were all killed. A large number of corpses floated on the sea, and a large amount of blood dyed the sea red. On the other hand, many of the human ancient martial art practitioners had died. Even those who had survived were all injured. However, the eyes of those who had survived were filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster. Mr. Xia, thank you so much. That's right. If it weren't for you, we would have been finished. Thank you so much. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Xia Ping. Thank my ass. Suddenly, a white-robed young man looked at Xiaoping with hatred. It's all your fault, all your fault. Since you're so strong, why didn't you make a move earlier? If we had acted earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many people, and Uncle Hao and Uncle Jia wouldn't have been killed by those hateful fisherman pirates. Why didn't you appear earlier? He gritted his teeth. He vented his anger on Xiaoping. Wang Rulong, what are you talking about? Shut up now. A person shouted loudly, telling this white-clothed young man to shut up. He felt like it wasn't the right time to say these kinds of words. Isn't that the case? The white-clothed young man, Wang Rulong, sneered. Furthermore, I highly suspect that this person has an ulterior motive. Why did he have to come at this time of all times? Furthermore, the surrounding sea is vast and there's no one around. How did he appear? I don't believe that this guy is so coincidental that he just happened to pass by this place. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? I suspect that this whole thing was directed by him. Even this group of fishermen pirates was called over by him. His words were extremely malicious, and they were words that stabbed at Xiaoping's heart. Xiaoping raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Wang Rulong, your words are too much. What proof do you have? Furthermore, what benefits does he get from doing this? Don't think that you'll be fine just because you speak nonsense. This is slander, malicious slander. Jiang Yara frowned. She felt that this guy had gone too far. Xiaoping had clearly saved them, but now he was biting the hand that fed him, and even poured dirty water on Xiaoping. However, she also knew that although this Wang Rulong's strength was nothing special, only at the third sky of martial master, his identity was not simple. He was a descendant of the Endless Sea's royal family, the Wang family. His status was noble, and he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Even the few grandmasters on the ship were only his bodyguards. What benefits? Do you even need to ask? Wang Rulong said coldly. This time, we came out because we received news of the birth of the geocentric Ganoderma. That's why we went to that island to search for treasures. Perhaps this guy also received the news and wanted to establish a relationship with us. So, this guy directed and acted himself. He called the pirates over and made us run for our lives. Then, he appeared in the name of a savior. Wouldn't we be grateful to him, deeply grateful, and immediately spread the news of the geocentric Ganoderma? I've seen this kind of dirty and despicable method many times. How could it possibly fool me? He revealed an intelligent look, as if he had seen through all of Xiaoping's tricks. Everyone was stunned. They also felt that there was nothing wrong with this logic, but it also seemed a bit far-fetched. In the end, this was only a guess, and there was no proof. But no matter what, these words made their gratitude towards Xiaoping lessen quite a bit. Some people even began to suspect whether Xiaoping really had an ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would he suddenly appear in this place in the middle of the vast sea, and even save them at the most crucial moment? You! Jiang Yaru was extremely anxious. If this continued, Xiaoping's reputation would be completely ruined. Perhaps he really would be regarded by this group of people as the main culprit for attracting the pirates. Looking at the gazes of the people around him, Wang Rulong was extremely pleased. This was his method of turning the clouds with one turn of his hand and calling the rain with another. This guy who came out of nowhere actually wanted to steal his woman. He was simply courting death. His heart was filled with resentment, especially when he saw this brat and Jiang Yaru acting so intimately. He was so jealous that his intestines were sour. In order to pursue Jiang Yaru, he had spent God knows how much effort. But the moment this brat came, Jiang Yaru became like this. How could he stand it? Humph. Even if I can't kill you this time, I'll make sure to thoroughly ruin your reputation. Wang Rulong sinisterly thought. Being born in a large family, he had used tricks and plots many times. It was practically at his fingertips. Bang! Without waiting for Wang Rulong to have a second thought, Xiaoping suddenly made his move. In an instant, he slapped Wang Rulong's face, sending him flying. Chapter 789. Ah! Wang Rulong did not expect Xia Ping to suddenly hit him. He immediately covered his face and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. It was as if every nerve in his body was in pain. This was a pain he had never experienced in his life. After all, he was a descendant of the Wang family, the descendant of a king. When he went out, he was surrounded by people. People who met him were too busy currying favor with him. Who would dare to hit him? You! Wang Rulong's eyes widened. He was shocked and angry, looking at Xia Ping with resentment. The others were also stunned. They did not expect Xia Ping to suddenly hit him, and in such a vicious way. You what? Useless thing that needs a lesson. With a slap, Xia Ping slapped him again and hit the other side of his face, just to make it neat. You're very good at talking. When the fishermen pirates came, why didn't you act arrogant, but hide behind them and shiver? Now that the Murloc pirates are all dead, you jump out and talk nonsense. You really know how to act according to the wind. You dare to question me? Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I will kill you immediately and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Not many people will be able to save you. With a few slaps, he continued to slap Wang Rulong a few more times. Wang Rulong's face was swollen like a pig's head, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. Ah! Wang Rulong's mouth was leaking air. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But now his mouth was swollen and painful. He could not say anything at all. Friend, stop immediately. He is a member of the Wang family. If you offend me. Seeing this situation, a grandmaster from the Wang family immediately jumped out, trying to stop Xia Ping. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Xia Ping kicked him. His speed broke through the sound barrier, and he used his gang chi. In an instant, he kicked the grandmaster in the chest. Immediately, this kick was like a ton of explosives exploding. The tyrannical gang chi instantly invaded the grandmaster's body, completely blocking his meridians. His whole body was caught off guard. Like a sandbag, he was kicked away for a kilometer. He flew directly from the ship and smashed into the sea. Pooh! With a thud, the Wang clan's grandmaster fell into the sea. His lungs were severely injured, and he couldn't help but spurt out blood. Even his bones had been shattered. The other party was overwhelmed with shock. If Xia Ping had used just a little more strength, his heart would have exploded, and he would have died on the spot. Who do you think you are? You dare to stick your neck out? Tell me to stop. Xia Ping calmly looked at the grandmaster who had been sent flying by his kick. Do you think that the Wang family is that great? That name can scare people. I've killed many descendants of demon kings when I roamed the pugilistic world. I've also seen many members of sovereign clans. Which one would I not dare to offend? Do you think you don't have to pay the price for provoking me? Do you think the world revolves around you? Well, since you think I am the culprit who brought the fishermen pirates here, then in order to cover up this news, I have to ask you all to die. Anyway, there are no witnesses here. I'll just kill you all and make it look like I perished together with the fishermen pirates. I believe no one will be able to see through it. His body exuded a murderous aura that almost condensed into a substance. It was as if a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind him. Wisps of murderous aura were like blades, cutting the throats of these people. Everyone present was trembling with fear and kept quiet out of fear. Only now did they remember that this was a grandmaster, a monster who had killed 5 or 6 fishermen grandmasters with his bare hands. On the surface, he looked like a human, but he was a tyrannical existence who could block missiles with his bare hands. He could fight against thousands of soldiers alone. In essence, ordinary warriors could not be compared to him. Young man, don't try to bluff here. Another grandmaster of the Wang family, who looked like an old man in his 50s or 60s, wore a tang suit. He sneered as if he had seen through Xia Ping's bluff. This old man has walked more roads than you have eaten, and you still want to bluff this old man? What a joke. Looking at your young appearance, I know that you have not seen much of the world. Our Wang family is a king family, and you did it in public. How dare you kill people? It's ridiculous that you think you can scare us by saying these words. I advise you to apologize to the young master immediately and strive for leniency. In this way, your crime may be less serious. Otherwise, you will completely annoy our Wang family. Think about the consequences carefully. I believe you are not an idiot, Dong. Xia Ping took out the spear of hell from his body in an instant. Like a rock, his figure flashed and he stabbed the old man with the spear. The spear pierced through the old man's body on the spot and his heart exploded on the spot. Ah! The old man's eyes widened as if he could not believe that Xia Ping would really attack him. Xia Ping's attack was so fast that even he, a master at the fourth heaven of supreme power realm, could not resist it. He could only watch helplessly as Xia Ping pierced his heart with his spear and ended his life. You! The old man in the Tang suit widened his eyes and stared at Xia Ping, but he could not say anything. His whole body fell to the ground, dripping with blood. The people around were all trembling. This was a human guru. How could he be stabbed to death by a spear? Wang Rulong, who was extremely arrogant just now, was also scared to the point that his face turned pale. His pants were a little wet as he collapsed to the ground. He never thought that this guy would dare to attack and kill a guru of the Wang family. I don't dare to kill people. Now let's see if I dare to kill you or not. I never joke. This is the way to go. If I say I will kill your whole family, I will kill your whole family. Xia Ping looked down with a long spear in his hand. Blood was dripping from the tip of the spear. He was ferocious, like a peerless ferocious god of the generation. Behind him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. These words made the hearts of the people present tremble, as if they were being squeezed by a hand. A guru. This was a guru. He was the strongest person except for the king. Even in the federal government, he had all kinds of privileges. Everyone was trembling. How could such a person be easily humiliated? At this time, no one dared to doubt that Xia Ping did not dare to kill people. Even the guru of the Wang family was stabbed to death by a spear and exploded on the spot. No one dared to kill or move at the scene. People were like this. They were afraid of power but not virtue, and they did not remember pain when they were beaten. If he did not make a move and kill a few people, others would think that he was easy to bully. At this time, they remembered that this was a guru. A guru could not be humiliated, and those who humiliated him must die. Wang Rulong, who was extremely arrogant before, collapsed to the ground. His face was pale and he wanted to bury his head in the ground so that the people around him could not see him anymore. Chapter 790. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. With a plop, a grandmaster from the Wang family knelt on the ground in fear, kowtowing profusely. This is our fault. We did not teach him well, allowing this bastard to insult Mr. Xia's reputation. Please spare our lives, please spare us. He hated the idiot Wang Rulong to death. He was a grandmaster with special privileges in the federal government. He could kill a few ordinary people with his own hands, and nothing would happen to him. If someone dared to offend a grandmaster, the grandmaster would kill the other party personally. This was the dignity of a grandmaster. However, this Wang Rulong actually wanted to smear the grandmaster's name without any evidence. If this was not courting death, what was? A grandmaster had just paid the price with his blood. If they did not immediately appease the other party, it would not be surprising if they all died. This was the sea anyway, and there was no one around. Even if they were all killed and the pirates were framed, no one would be able to find out anything, because this was the boundless sea. Even kings had fallen many times in the sea. So what if some people died? Every time the king family went out on an adventure, many people would die. This was a very normal thing. The others were also filled with regret. At this moment, they realized that this young man was not a martial artist or a martial artist, but a grandmaster who stood at the peak of the human world. How could they doubt such an identity? He had saved them. Even if it was unintentional, it was still a great favor. They actually dared to doubt him without any evidence. If this was not heartless, what else could it be? Hang him up. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Wang Rulong and said calmly, expose him to the sun for a day as a warning to others. Whoever dares to move will die. His words were simple, but they contained a terrifying murderous aura that made people tremble. Yes, Mr. Xia. Hearing these words, the group of people immediately acted. Like soldiers, their hands and feet were very agile. They took out hemp ropes and immediately tied Wang Rulong up, hanging him on the flagpole. No! How dare you do this? Do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of person I, Wang Rulong, am? Let me go immediately, you lowly commoners. Wang Rulong continued to struggle. His expression was ferocious and he was extremely angry. To be hung up in public and exposed to the sun for an entire day was a great humiliation for a descendant of the Wang clan. However, in front of so many people, and with Xia Ping at the side, even the guards of the Wang family did not dare to act rashly. If they dared to move, they would die. The death of the Wang family's grandmaster was a bloody example. Such ruthless methods immediately proved that this grandmaster was not someone who could be easily bullied. The grandmaster who had dared to question him had already been killed. A spear had pierced through his heart. The guards of the Wang clan were trembling with fear. Their faces were pale, and they could not do anything even if they wanted to. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to save Wang Rulong, but they would also be buried with him. After all, who would dare to clamor in front of a grandmaster? Were they not afraid of death? All right, disperse and clean up the mess. Xia Ping waved his hand. The group of people immediately dispersed. They cleaned up the corpses of the human warriors on the ship, treated the injured, repaired the parts destroyed by the fishmen pirates, cleaned the ship, and so on. The other guards of the Wang family did not dare to stay. They could only watch as Wang Rulong was hung on the flagpole, exposed to the sun and rain, battered by the wind and rain. Seeing the crowd leave, Jiang Yaru looked at Xia Ping seriously. This Wang Rulong is a member of the Wang family. Are you not afraid of offending him? I'm afraid you'll cause a lot of trouble this time. Haven't I offended enough people? Xia Ping asked back. Hearing this, Jiang Yaru was completely speechless. She had nothing to say. This guy had really offended a lot of people. Not to mention others, just the demon kings of the myriad demon mountain alone, there were a lot of people who wanted to hack him to death. She reckoned that a mere Wang family was really nothing to him. However, she still felt a headache from this bad guy's ability to cause trouble. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. What's with that geocentric Ganoderma? Xia Ping asked curiously. He was very interested in this kind of elixir. If he could obtain it, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. Just like how ordinary people wouldn't mind having more money, martial artists wouldn't mind having more elixirs on them. Geocentric Ganoderma. That's a martial arts organization. Because of a sea storm, they accidentally came to a mysterious island called Myriad Treasures Island. From there, they discovered the existence of the geocentric Ganoderma. Jiang Yaru said in a deep voice. It's said that there are many elixirs on that island. The geocentric Ganoderma is only one of them. Therefore, after receiving this news, I teamed up with this group of people and planned to go to the island to gain experience. However, I didn't expect to encounter the fishmen pirates before we even reached the island. Where is that island? Xia Ping immediately asked. Jiang Yaru cast a sidelong glance at him. You want to go too? Of course. If there's an elixir appearing, why wouldn't I join in? Xia Ping said as if it was a matter of course. But since that martial arts organization discovered the geocentric Ganoderma, why did they say it? Wouldn't it be better for them to keep it for themselves? He looked at Jiang Yaru. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Jiang Yaru said. The problem is that the island is extremely dangerous. It seems that there are many tyrannical monsters living there. Even the vicinity of the island is very dangerous. From time to time, deep-sea monsters appear. Not to mention the great danger on the island, even approaching the island is a troublesome matter. Before, that martial arts organization was only lucky enough to land on the island. When they escaped, they only narrowly escaped with their lives. Therefore, they believe that they don't have the ability to obtain the elixir, so they plan to sell this information for money. She said that the island was extremely dangerous. Dangerous? Xia Ping faintly smiled. Which part of this world wasn't dangerous? The Heavenly Demon Battlefield, the Zombie Mountain Range, the Cloud Mountain Range, and so on. Each and every one of them was a place where ordinary martial artists only narrowly escaped with their lives. Did he really think that he could safely obtain the treasure without any danger? That was only the ravings of a lunatic. Jiang Yaru looked at the expression in Xia Ping's eyes. She knew that this guy absolutely had no intention of giving up. In fact, she was the same. If she was only worried about the danger, she wouldn't have followed the group to that place. Alright, I can tell you. But I also want to go with you. Moreover, I also want to send these injured people to be treated first. Jiang Yaru said in a deep voice. No problem. Xia Ping waved his hand. One day later, the ship sailed to a nearby port. They planned to send the injured people on the ship to be treated. But just as they entered the port, they were surrounded by several battleships. The battleships impressively had the word Wang hanging on them. These battleships were impressively the forces under the Wang family. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, many fully armed people boarded the ship. They were densely packed and surrounded the ship so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Uncle. Chapter 791. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. The man's aura was not simple. It was like a dormant beast. He was at least at the sixth sky of the supreme power realm. In addition, there were more than a dozen masters behind him, all of whom were above the fourth sky of the supreme power realm. The arrival of these masters immediately suppressed the whole scene. It was as if they were being stared at by fierce beasts. If anyone dared to act rashly, they would be struck by lightning. Rulong. When the middle-aged man heard the voice, he looked up and immediately saw Wang Rulong hanging on the flagpole. Wang Rulong had been hanging for a day and a night. He was weathered by the wind and rain. He basically did not eat anything, not even water. He was extremely weak and his face was pale. He had never been so miserable in his life. Seeing Wang Rulong like this, the middle-aged man's face suddenly became gloomy. However, he was very shrewd and did not lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Xia Ping. Mr. Xia, I am Wang Tong from the Wang family. I have long heard of your name. You are really a young hero. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said to Xia Ping. Obviously, he had heard of Xia Ping's reputation. He even used the Wang family's intelligence network to clearly investigate what had happened around Xia Ping. He had a preliminary understanding of Xia Ping. Wang Tong also knew that Xia Ping was a core member of the giant company. There was a giant behind him that was even more terrifying than the Wang family. Therefore, he did not lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he suppressed his anger. If Xia Ping was an ordinary master, he was afraid that he would have ordered for Xia Ping to be captured on the spot and skinned. Unfortunately, he could not do that now. He did not dare to do so. Uncle. Seeing this, Wang Rulong immediately shouted, "Kill him, kill this guy immediately." He actually dared to hang me on the flagpole and let me be exposed to the sun and rain for a day and a night. He is not humiliating me. He is humiliating the Wang family. If I don't kill him, it will be intolerable. He looked at Xiaoping with hatred. He was extremely angry. Being hung like this was an unprecedented shame. As a descendant of the Wang family, when had he ever suffered such pain? He even wanted to kill Xiaoping now. Before, the guards of the Wang family could not protect him, but it was different now. His uncle Wang Tong had come here with a large number of people. He had nothing to be afraid of and immediately wanted to take revenge. Shut up! The middle-aged man, Wang Tong, shouted angrily at Wang Rulong, "You impudent thing, can't you see that I'm talking to Mr. Xia? How dare you interrupt? Is this how you learn etiquette? Looks like you didn't learn anything in school, which is why you caused such a disaster. After you go back, immediately lock yourself up and reflect on yourself. Apologize to Mr. Xia immediately, or else you'll be hanging up there for another night." His tone was very strict. What? Another night? Wang Rulong was so aggrieved that he almost died. He was about to suffer internal injuries. This brat had clearly humiliated him, yet he still had to apologize. He was a descendant of the royal family, a natural-born noble. When had he fallen to such a state where a mere commoner dared to defecate on his head? No, no, no. Xia Ping waved his hands and said with a face full of righteousness, "He's a child, so it's normal for him to be ignorant. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. But then again, we still have to teach him about this principle and let him know what rules are. Otherwise, he will continue to pester endlessly and cause trouble everywhere. I don't think it's a big deal for me, but I'm afraid he'll offend someone he can't afford to offend. When the time comes, he'll cause a disaster and implicate his family. If the Wang family is exterminated, then it'll be fun. Exterminate your ass." Wang Rulong was so angry that his nose was crooked. This bastard's dog mouth could not spit out ivory. His words were full of swords, obviously mocking and humiliating him. What do you mean by a child? I'm already in my 20s. In terms of age, I'm a few years older than you. I can be considered an elder, yet you still have the face to call me a child? Do you really think you're the boss? You even said that when the time comes, you might cause a disaster and implicate the Wang family, leading to the extermination of the entire family. What a vicious curse. The Wang family was a king family. If something happened, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. How could they be exterminated so easily? These words were truly malicious. The surrounding guards of the Wang family were also as black as charcoal. They all understood the meaning behind Xiaoping's words. He was clearly warning the Wang family not to offend him. Otherwise, they might be exterminated and the entire Wang family would be erased from the cloud realm. Did you hear that? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xia and thank him for not killing you this time. Wang Tong was also incomparably angry. A guy who was still wet behind the ears dared to curse the Wang family to be exterminated. He was too arrogant. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted at Wang Rulong, reprimanding him loudly. Wang Rulong was going crazy. He was obviously beaten to this state by the other party. It was not an exaggeration to say that he suffered all kinds of humiliation, but he still had to apologize to the other party and thank him for not killing him. How could there be such logic in this world? Wasn't this kowtowing and apologizing to the enemy? Don't make things difficult. Xia Ping gave him a sidelong glance and said, Wang Rulong is a member of the Wang clan. He has a noble status and is the favored son of the heavens. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. How could he apologize to someone like me? It's normal for such a person not to apologize. He's used to it. I bet he has never experienced it since he was young. As the saying goes, a melon that is forcibly picked won't be sweet. He didn't learn anything from it and didn't learn a lesson. What's the point of this kind of apology? Forget it. He expressed that it was a bit too much for a Wang family disciple to apologize to a person like him. It might shorten his lifespan, and he couldn't bear it. Bitch! Wang Rulong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. He really wanted to bite Xiaoping to death. How was this not asking him to apologize? These weird words were all aimed at his heart. Originally, he wanted to find an excuse to refuse this matter and get away with it. However, now that the other party had said it to such an extent, he had no choice but to apologize. This was clearly forcing a woman to be a prostitute. Wang Rulong. The middle-aged man, Wang Tong's tone became even more serious than before. It contained great majesty. I'm sorry. Wang Rulong straightened his neck and his face was red. It seemed that saying these few words had exhausted all of his strength. He felt that there was nothing more humiliating in the world than this. It was the other party who beat him up and humiliated him. He even killed a master of the Wang family, but he still had to apologize to the other party. He felt that this was a great humiliation. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Chapter 792. Awe! Hearing this, Wang Rulong felt like he was going crazy. He was so angry that he wanted to capture this pretentious brat, skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and exterminate his entire clan. As a guru, he could hear a mosquito's voice clearly even if it was 2 or 3 kilometers away. Now that the wind was strong, Wang Rulong said he couldn't hear clearly. This was simply fooling him. However, he had to lower his head under the eaves. He suppressed his anger and shouted again, "I'm sorry." After saying this, his body seemed to collapse, and he used up all his strength. Not bad, I heard you clearly this time. You're full of energy. It would have been good if you had worked so hard to kill the Murloc pirates, Xiaoping said with a smile. Wang Rulong had automatically blocked out the shameless bitch's words. Every time he said it, it was sarcastic. If he listened to every word, he would probably have a cerebral hemorrhage. Mr. Xia, we didn't teach him well this time. I didn't expect him to grow into such a person. The middle-aged man, Wang Tong, looked at Xiaoping and said, I hope you won't hate the Wang family because of this. After all, our Wang family still respects Mr. Xia very much. In order to show our satisfaction, we feel that we should give Mr. Xia 10 billion federal coins as compensation for mental damage. I hope you don't mind. 10 billion federal coins. Wang Rulong was going crazy. Not only did he have to apologize, but he also had to compensate this kid. He never dreamed that the Wang family of the Endless Sea would be so humble to a little guru. He felt like he was going crazy. No, no, no. How can I accept this? You're too polite. Xiaoping said carelessly, but since this is your kind intention, if I refuse, it will be not giving you face. It won't be good. If that's the case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Shameless. Wang Rulong bared his teeth. He obviously wanted to take the money, but he still showed a look of reluctance. Even a corrupt official would not have such a hateful expression. At least a corrupt official would do things after receiving money. But this kid, even if he gave money, it was guaranteed that he would not return. He would also pretend that nothing had happened. I'll transfer it to Mr. Xia later. Wang Tong straightforwardly said, oh right, actually, we have something else to discuss with Mr. Xia this time. I wonder if Mr. Xia has heard of the treasure island that has been in an uproar recently? He looked at Xiaoping. I've heard of it. Xiaoping raised his eyebrows. Wang Tong nodded, that's good. Actually, it's like this. This time, our Wang clan also wants to send a lot of people to the Myriad Treasures Island. We want to get a share of that place. I don't know if Mr. Xia is going the same way. Perhaps we can join forces. With Mr. Xia's strength and the strength of our Wang family, we will be able to reap great rewards on Myriad Treasures Island. He sincerely invited Xiaoping to join him. No need, Xia Ping flatly refused. I personally prefer to act alone. Hearing this, Wang Tong's pupils contracted. He didn't expect Xia Ping to reject him so decisively. However, he didn't continue to pester him. Alright, since it's like this, then I wish Mr. Xia good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and ordered people to rescue Wang Rulong from the flagpole. As for Xia Ping, he just watched from the side and didn't stop them. A few minutes later, the group of people from the Wang clan left the ship. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Xia Ping, be careful. I always feel that these people from the Wang clan are up to no good. Jiang Yaru instinctively felt that these people from the Wang clan weren't good people, especially that Wang Tong. He always had a smile on his face that hit a dagger. Who knew what he was planning? Up to no good? Xia Ping coldly laughed. This was a very normal thing. He had slapped the face of a Wang clan grandmaster, and even hung a descendant of the Wang clan on a flagpole to humiliate him. But this Wang Tong could endure such a thing and even apologize. After being slapped on the left side of his face, he casually put the right side of his face forward. No one would believe him if he said he didn't have any ulterior motives. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. This kind of person who was extremely shrewd could be called terrifying. Because once he started to bite, it would be a fatal attack, the kind that would kill with a single strike. That was why he flatly refused their invitation. But then again, so what if the other party harbored ill intentions? With his current strength, if the other party wanted to deal with him, he would definitely make them suffer the consequences. With strength in hand, he wasn't afraid of these people playing any tricks. Don't worry about that. When do we leave? Xia Ping asked. Jiang Yaru thought for a moment. Tomorrow. We can rent a ship and leave directly. At this time, in a VIP ward of a hospital on the island, Wang Rulong had already been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. His injuries weren't serious. He had only been hung on a flagpole for a day. As long as he soaked in the nutrient solution, his body would quickly recover and return to normal. Uncle. But now, Wang Rulong was extremely unconvinced. He gnashed his teeth and looked at his uncle Wang Tong. Just now, why didn't you directly make a move and capture that damned bastard and torture him? Do you know what he did? He brazenly killed an elite cultivator of our Wang clan, an elite cultivator. He even hung your nephew on a flagpole for a day. Such actions are simply slapping our Wang clan's face to death. But you actually want me to apologize and even compensate that bitch 10 billion federal coins. Uncle, are you crazy? He couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. Fool! Wang Tong shouted. That brat is a core member of the giant company. His future is limitless and he has the protection of many kings. If I dare to act against him openly, the giant company will destroy our Wang clan the next day. Even if you want to die, don't implicate the Wang clan. Use your brain and think carefully. But Wang Rulong was still unconvinced. So what if he is a core member of the giant company? Our Wang clan also has people in the giant company. Could it be that we can't do anything to him? If I don't kill him, I won't be able to take this lying down. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. He wanted nothing more than to kill Xia Ping immediately to take revenge. Kill him, of course we must kill him. A cold light flashed in Wang Tong's eyes. But we can't kill him openly. In fact, our Wang clan can't do it personally. We have to borrow someone else's knife to kill him. That is the best plan. This brat has caused quite a bit of trouble. He has offended many demon kings of the myriad demon mountain. Those demon kings all want to kill this brat and have posted a bounty for him in the dark. Originally, I wanted to invite this brat to board the ship and secretly track his movements. After that, I would leak news of him and let those demon kings come to us for revenge. After that, we can just use someone else's knife to kill him. But I didn't expect that he actually rejected me. Chapter 793. What? Wang Rulong didn't expect his uncle to have such a sinister plan. As expected of the Wang family's brain, he always used the tactic of borrowing someone else's knife to kill. Unfortunately, this kid was very cautious and didn't agree. Otherwise, this kid would definitely die. Then what do we do now? Wang Rulong asked quickly. He knew that his intelligence couldn't compare to his uncle's. He immediately asked for advice, wanting to know how to kill this kid. It's okay if you don't get on the boat. Wang Tong waved his hand. I just wanted to try. Since it didn't work, I'll change to another method. Actually, we don't need to do much. As long as we leak the news that this kid plans to go to Myriad Treasures Island, then there won't be any problems. Those monster kings who hate him to the bone will all come to him and skin him alive. He laughed coldly, extremely ruthless. Yes, let's do it this way. Wang Rulong's eyes lit up. But I didn't think that this kid would actually offend so many people. So many monster kings of the Thousand Monster Mountain want him dead. What exactly did he do to offend the heavens? He was very curious. What kind of status did a monster king have? For normal masters, they were like gods. But now, the gods actually said that they would personally kill a master. If they didn't have a lot of hatred, they wouldn't put down their pride and go kill a master. This kid is incredible. He's good at causing trouble, Wang Tong said faintly. He told him everything that Xiaoping had done. What? After hearing these words, Wang Rulong's body trembled violently. This was because each and every one of these things was world-shaking and earth-shattering. Ordinary people would have died long ago. How could they be alive and kicking like they were now? No wonder this guy wasn't afraid of the Wang family. He even killed a master of the Wang family without any restraint. He even dared to offend a monster king. Who else wouldn't he dare to offend? A mere Wang family was nothing. He didn't care at all. Anyway, this kid had too many debts. Thinking about this, he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he admitted defeat in time and didn't resist stubbornly. Otherwise, this demon could kill him with one slap and he would die for nothing. Also, according to this kid's background, even if he killed him, the Wang family could only leave it be. They wouldn't dare to take revenge. But to be absolutely safe, we still have to follow him. A cold light flashed in Wang Tong's eyes. Follow him at all times and locate his whereabouts from time to time. Don't let him escape. Uncle, I want to go with you on this trip to Myriad Treasures Island. I want to see how that brat dies. Wang Rulong gritted his teeth, and his hatred overflowed to the heavens. Wang Tong looked deeply at Wang Rulong and said, "All right, if you want to go, then let's go together. However, this operation is very dangerous. It wouldn't be strange even if you die." It's fine, uncle. I've already made up my mind. Wang Rulong clenched his fists. His determination to see Xiaoping die had even overcome the fear in his heart. All right. Wang Tong nodded and agreed to go with Wang Rulong. In any case, the elites of the Wang clan would follow them to the Myriad Treasures Island. It couldn't be said to be foolproof, but it would reduce a lot of risks. Not long after, the news of Xiaoping going to the Myriad Treasures Island was secretly leaked by Wang Tong. In order to distance himself from the Wang clan, he used all kinds of tricks to cover up the traces of the Wang clan's actions. Soon, the intelligence system of the Xin army noticed this news. Hua Gang, Chao Jingbin, and the other core students also received this news. All of them were overjoyed. Found it. We finally found the bastard Xiaoping's whereabouts. This is great. Let's see where he can run to this time. This brat has been doing quite well recently. He actually wants to go to Myriad Treasures Island to search for treasures. He's living a good life. He's living a good life, but we're all living a life worse than death. We can't let him continue to be complacent. Otherwise, when he really becomes a king, we won't have any hope of revenge in this lifetime. Right, immediately notify those beast kings and tell them to kill this brat. This time, we'll also go to Myriad Treasures Island to find trouble with that brat. But we're in the Sin Army. We can't go anywhere. That's nothing. I found a mission that happens to be near the Myriad Treasures Island. We can find an excuse to temporarily leave and secretly go to the Myriad Treasures Island. We're not running away anyway. The evil army will turn a blind eye to it. Not bad. This is a good plan. Let's do it this way. I want to see how that brat dies. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. Many core students clenched their teeth as murderous intent appeared in their eyes. To the culprit who caused them so much trouble and forced them to join the Sin Army, they wanted nothing more than to kill him. Xia Ping, this time, it's your turn to be unlucky. Just you wait. I will watch how you go to hell. Hua Gang clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to go to Myriad Treasures Island. Inside the Thousand Monster Mountain, many beast kings also received the news from Hua Gang's group. Sure enough, finding a human for help was the right thing to do. Finally found that human. Does he think hiding in the endless sea means he won't die? Move out. Immediately send out all the beast kings in the endless sea. Kill that brat. He dares to auction off the demon race's pride. He has made our Thousand Monster Mountain lose face and become a laughing stock. If we don't kill this human, our Thousand Monster Mountain will lose face. To make sure nothing goes wrong, immediately send out 5 beast kings to kill this brat. 5 beast kings? Isn't this making a big deal out of nothing? No, not at all. No one knows what kind of trump card this brat has up his sleeves. Even a lion will use all its strength to catch a rabbit. There's only one chance. If we fail, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find another chance like this. You're right. To make sure nothing goes wrong, it's worth it to make more preparations. This time, we must kill that human and let the entire cloud world know how powerful our Thousand Monster Mountain is. Those who offend our Thousand Monster Mountain will be killed no matter how far they are. The Tiger King, the Raven King, the Battle Rabbit King, and the other Beast Kings gritted their teeth. It was the first time they had such a deep desire to kill a human junior. They hated him to the bone. Apart from their hatred for that human, they were also shocked and afraid of his talent. If he were to become a king and continue to grow, he would become an invincible king. At that time, they would lose their balance with the human's high-end combat power, which would cause their Thousand Monster Mountain to suffer heavy losses in the future. Therefore, they needed to eliminate the root of the problem now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 794. The next day, on the endless sea, a ship was sailing. But this ship only had Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru. It didn't need anyone else. This ship was controlled by the AI, and could sail freely after setting the route. And this ship was bought by Xia Ping for 10 billion federal coins. His purpose was to go to Myriad Treasures Island. Because Myriad Treasures Island was covered in dark clouds for hundreds of miles, it was an extreme weather. The sky was filled with thunder and storms, making it impossible for ships to fly there. Only by sailing on the sea could they reach there. Therefore, Xia Ping didn't use the luminous god that was already in his spatial ring. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want to expose his trump card. I didn't expect this operation to attract so many enemies. Fine, I'll take advantage of this opportunity and slaughter them all. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a cold killing intent as he clenched his fists. Through the system, he knew that his whereabouts on this trip to Myriad Treasures Island had been leaked by the Wang family. Not only had Hua Gang and the other core students been attracted, but even the various monster kings had come. It could be said that this trip to Myriad Treasures Island would be a huge killing field. If I slaughter all these monster kings, I'll be able to thoroughly hurt them. I estimate that after a long period of time, they won't dare to act rashly. Xia Ping didn't escape. Instead, he wanted to set a trap and kill all these monster kings. If he kept hiding, the enemy wouldn't be afraid of him. Only by killing them would they know what it means to be in awe. Therefore, he absolutely wouldn't let these monster kings and his enemies go. These monster kings wanted to kill him, so how could he not want to kill them? Xia Ping. Jiang Yaru stared at the screen, which showed the environment within a 10-mile radius. There are several warships following us. They seem to be from the Wang family. They've been following us. This ship had an advanced radar detection system that could explore the surrounding environment. It could even penetrate hundreds of meters into the sea and predict the attack of deep-sea monsters in advance. She sighed with emotion. If the ship she was on before had such an advanced radar detection system, they might have been able to avoid the attack of the fishermen pirates. But this was just a thought. After all, just installing such a detection system would cost 5 billion federal coins, which was equivalent to the value of this ship. How could ordinary martial artists afford it? Wang clan. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He tapped on the screen, and with a ding, a virtual projection immediately popped up, showing 2 or 3 battleships in the distant sea. They seemed to be following him from a distance. They're like ghosts that won't go away. Those people from the Wang family are definitely plotting something, said Jiang Yaru. Bad idea? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. They just wanted to borrow someone else's knife to kill him, that's all. They had been following him all this time and sending information to the Thousand Demon Mountain. This Wang clan really had a good idea. However, he didn't expose the intentions of this group of people. Instead, he wanted to use this group of people. He said indifferently, "Forget it, let them follow us. I reckon that they are also going to the Myriad Treasures Island." Jiang Yaru nodded. She knew that even if she protested, the Wang family wouldn't care. After all, they could always use the excuse that they were just passing by. After all, everyone was heading to the Myriad Treasures Island, so it was normal for them to take the same route. In a flash, 2 or 3 days had passed. The ship had sailed for who knew how many kilometers, constantly going deeper and deeper into the endless sea. Finally, they arrived at a mysterious sea area. This sea area was covered with dark clouds, and it was surrounded by black fog. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the storm was rampaging. It was as if the ruler of the sea was roaring, shaking the earth. We're almost there. Jiang Yaru immediately knew that the Myriad Treasures Island was in the deepest part of this sea area. As long as they passed through this dangerous sea area, they would be able to reach that mysterious island. It seems that many people want to go to the Myriad Treasures Island. Xia Ping squinted his eyes. There were also many ships gathered on this sea area. There were hundreds of them. Some were humans, some were monsters, and some were fishmen. All of them were emitting an endless murderous aura. They were all riding ships, wanting to pass through this sea area. The news about the Myriad Treasures Island has been completely leaked out. I reckon that many people want to go there to explore and seize the treasures. Jiang Yaru's face was solemn. Even if they passed through this dangerous sea area and reached the Myriad Treasures Island, they would still have to face many strong warriors. At that time, there might be a fierce battle. Don't worry, the more the better. Xia Ping clenched his fists. This time, he had come here to set up a trap. In order to kill the demonic beast kings, it didn't matter even if he couldn't obtain the treasures. As long as he could completely bury the demonic beast kings on the Myriad Treasures Island, his plan would be a success. Rumble the ship sailed forward without hesitation. An energy barrier appeared on the surface of its body, enveloping the surroundings. It looked as if it was surrounded by eggshells. The storm above the sea, as well as the fish demons in the depths of the sea, slammed into the energy barrier, but none of them were able to break through it. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Just as they entered this dangerous sea area, the ship in front of them suddenly trembled. It was as if the entire ship was about to topple over, or even completely fall apart. What's going on? Jiang Yara was startled. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared ahead. Xia Ping also narrowed his eyes. He felt an unprecedented threat. All the cells in his body tensed up as he focused all his attention. He saw a strange black fish with a body over 100 meters long, covered in steel-like scales. It leaped out from the depths of the sea and slammed into the ship, exploding with a tremendous force of hundreds of millions of tons. Immediately, the ship was smashed into pieces and fell apart. Ah! The people on the ship also fell into the sea, but they soon let out miserable screams. Because when they fell into the sea, many piranhas swiftly swam over. They had ferocious teeth like sawteeth, and their bodies were the size of adults. What was even more terrifying was that there were tens of thousands of them. They were like an army, biting at the people who fell into the water. In an instant, more than half of the people who fell into the water were dead or injured. The entire sea area was dyed red, filled with blood. "Damned strange fish, die for me!" A grandmaster roared angrily and punched out. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater exploded, and fist energy shot out in all directions. In an instant, hundreds of strange fish were smashed into pieces, displaying the might of a grandmaster. He walked on the water like a god of war. Roar! But before he could completely display his might, the strange black fish leaped out again. Like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, it opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed the grandmaster whole with a bang. Chapter 795. However, this was only the beginning. Apart from the strange black fish, a strange blue fish also flew out from the deep sea. Its body was covered in dense blue lightning. Like a lightning snake, it bombarded several ships. Bang! Bang! These blue thunderbolts, which were as thick as buckets, instantly shattered the ships, piercing through them. The hulls of the ships were torn apart and exploded on the spot. The humans on the ships immediately screamed. This was because the power of these lightning bolts was not only targeted at the ships, but also indirectly attacked the human warriors. The violent energy wreaked havoc. One by one, the humans were electrocuted into charcoal. They could not even withstand a single blow. There was also a strange fish that was hundreds of meters long. Its entire body was silver, and there were almost no impurities. It looked exceptionally beautiful, like a silver fish under the moonlight. It was incomparably sacred. However, its body emitted an extremely terrifying cold air. It swam over quickly, and the surface of the sea was frozen. The people present felt as if they had entered the North Pole. One ship after another could not withstand it. They were immediately surrounded by the white cold air. In a few breaths, they were actually frozen into huge ice sculptures, turning into glaciers. The humans on the ships were all frozen to death. Even the grandmasters could not withstand it. However, the most terrifying one was an octopus with many tentacles. It was completely black and had thousands of tentacles, each of which was 2 to 3 kilometers long. It appeared from the depths of the sea. Its terrifying tentacles stretched out from the bottom of the sea at an incredible speed. They were like spears, instantly piercing through a ship from the bottom. Sometimes, one of its tentacles would casually slap down like a whip, ruthlessly smashing a ship into two. With a crackling sound, the entire ship would completely collapse. The deep-sea monsters appeared one after another. The people who came to this sea area were scared out of their wits. It was as if they had barged into a monster's lair. They were not here to search for treasures, but to seek death. This is not good. This sea area is too dangerous. Hurry up and escape. Escape my ass. There are monsters behind us too. Damn it. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. What should we do now? Charge over immediately. Staying here will only lead to death. One by one, the humans shouted loudly. They immediately controlled their ships, almost running the engines to the limit, trying to rush out of the encirclement of this group of monsters. However, there were simply too many of these deep-sea monsters. One ship after another was smashed to smithereens. Many people fell into the sea and were devoured by the strange fish. The 3 battleships of the Wang family were not spared either. 2 of the battleships were immediately targeted by a monster. The huge body of the monster rushed over, and with a bang, the 2 battleships were smashed into pieces. No! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. I've done meritorious deeds for the Wang clan, I've bled for the Wang clan, I've worked hard and contributed greatly. Grandmaster, please save me. One by one, the disciples of the Wang clan let out miserable screams. As the battleship collapsed, they too fell into the sea, surrounded by strange fish. However, Wang Tong and the others didn't pay any attention to them. They didn't even look at them. They couldn't even protect themselves now, so how could they have extra strength to save others? The disciples of the Wang clan who fell into the sea all let out miserable screams. They were bitten to pieces by the strange fish. Their blood stained the sea, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. However, the main battleship that Wang Tong and the others were on was the highest grade ship. An energy shield surged out of its body, enough to withstand the attack of thousands of missiles. Even if it was hit by the deep-sea monsters, it wouldn't be destroyed in a short time. They took advantage of this time to quickly escape from the encirclement of the deep-sea monsters. They rushed forward at full speed, like lightning. Their speed was unimaginable. We escaped. We finally escaped. That's great. We're really lucky. Wait, where did Xiaoping go? Did he die in the hands of those deep-sea monsters? It's good that he's dead. It saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves. No, he's not dead yet. That kid's ship is also very fast. It seems like he's about to break out of the encirclement. On the Wang clan's battleship, many disciples of the Wang clan, including Wang Rulong and Wang Tong, saw the ship that Xiaoping was on. It was rapidly sailing on the sea. That ship was like a race car. It kept drifting on the sea, navigating at all kinds of unimaginable angles, dodging the attacks of the countless deep-sea monsters. Often, when a strange fish attacked, the ship seemed to have already predicted it and dodged in advance. It was unscathed. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the ship broke out of the encirclement of the deep-sea monsters. Such a scene left them dumbfounded. Damn it! How can this kid be so lucky? He can just casually control the ship and dodge the attacks of the deep-sea monsters. It's so unfair. Some disciples of the Wang clan were so jealous that their intestines turned green. In order to escape, they paid a terrible price. 2 battleships of the Wang clan's elites were buried in the sea. But this kid seemed to be able to escape unscathed. However, they didn't know how powerful Xiaoping's mind power was. He could cover an area with a radius of 20 kilometers and could even reach the thoroughly meticulous level. Therefore, Xiaoping had mastered the ability to predict in advance. Within a range of 20 kilometers, even if the deep-sea monsters attacked from any angle, he would be able to see them clearly. Therefore, he gave the order to control the ship. It was as if he was dancing a beautiful waltz on the sea, easily dodging the attacks of the deep-sea monsters. He still wants to escape from the encirclement. Dream on. Uncle, fire the cannons immediately and blast that bastard to death. Let's bury him here. Wang Rulong sneered, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Wang Tong's eyes also revealed a hint of coldness. He nodded and immediately gave the order. Boom! Immediately, the main cannon of the battleship slowly extended out. Energy was highly condensed, and an energy cannon was fired. In an instant, it blasted toward the ship that Xiaoping was on. Damn it! Xiaoping, who was originally controlling the ship and dodging, felt his hair stand on end. All the cells in his body felt an intense sense of danger. Under the perception of his mind power, he discovered that the battleship that Wang Rulong was on was actually firing at his ship. With the defenses of the ship, it was impossible for it to withstand such an attack. If they continued to stay here, it would be a dead end for them. Run! Xia Ping made a prompt decision. He immediately abandoned the ship and pulled Jiang Yaru with him. In the blink of an eye, he and Jiang Yaru hid inside a spatial ring. Bang! Chapter 796. Meanwhile, inside the spatial ring. What's going on? Jiang Yaru was feeling a bit dizzy. Everything had happened so fast that she couldn't even react. She didn't even know what had happened. Just now, the Wang family's warship fired at our ship, trying to kill us. Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. His tone was incomparably calm, but it contained a monstrous killing intent. The Wang family was simply courting death. They really didn't remember the pain after being beaten. Before, he didn't have any interest in finding trouble with the Wang family, but these bastards actually dared to hit him while he was down, and even brazenly tried to kill him? Even Buddha would have a belly full of anger when faced with this kind of thing. What? Jiang Yaru was shocked. The Wang family's warship actually fired at us. Have they gone mad? She couldn't imagine the Wang family's madness to this degree. At a time like this, they even wanted to kill them. This was already an irreconcilable grudge. But if they fired their cannons, how did we escape? What kind of place is this? Jiang Yaru finally came to his senses. He discovered that his surroundings had changed completely. This didn't seem to be the endless sea anymore. Everywhere was a vast expanse of white space. It seemed to be a unique space, and there were many treasures placed around it. There was even a spaceship parked nearby. No matter how she looked at it, this place was very strange. Xia Ping briefly explained this place. This was the space of an artifact he had on him. A spatial artifact. I didn't expect you to have such a top-notch treasure. I once heard from my master that spatial artifacts are only owned by the top kings. They're rare and priceless. Jiang Yaru was dumbfounded. Just where did you get a spatial artifact from? Can this space even hold people? Isn't it said that spatial artifacts can only hold inanimate objects, not living ones? She looked at Xia Ping in shock. That's a secret. As for where I got it, you don't need to know. Xia Ping said indifferently. Right now, the most important thing is to leave this sea and go to Myriad Treasures Island. Hearing that Xia Ping didn't want to explain in detail, she didn't ask anymore. Nodding, she said, indeed. Do you have any good ideas? I happen to have a water-repellent pearl with me. I can walk freely in the sea and even turn invisible. Xia Ping took out a pearl. With this treasure, we should be able to easily leave this sea region. Jiang Yaru was speechless. For the average person, obtaining a single prized artifact was already a stroke of luck. However, this fellow had an endless number of prized artifacts on him. It was so many that it would cause others to feel envious. If the King Realm knew about this, he would probably want to rob this guy like crazy. After another day, Xia Ping controlled the invisible pearl and moved quickly through the sea region. Relying on the invisibility pearl's ability to conceal their presence, as well as their ability to avoid water, he and Jiang Yaru easily avoided the attacks of the many deep-sea monsters and escaped with ease. Those deep-sea monsters seemed to be unable to discover their whereabouts and turned a blind eye to them. However, some of the people who went to Myriad Treasures Island were not so lucky. They were besieged by monsters, and the whole ship was shaken to pieces. There were countless casualties. Not to be outdone, the evolved masters also attacked, fighting to the death with these strange fishes. Displaying their tyrannical martial strength, they killed the strange fishes one by one. Even their internal organs were destroyed. Countless corpses appeared on the surface of the sea, and blood covered a large area. The situation was extremely tragic. However, even so, there were still some well-prepared ships that were extremely fast. They quickly escaped from the siege of the deep-sea monsters and arrived at a relatively calm sea region. We're here. Xia Ping discovered that when they approached the Myriad Treasures Island, those deep-sea monsters seemed to be afraid of the mysterious power of the island. They were unwilling to approach and quickly avoided it. That's the Myriad Treasures Island? Jiang Yaru also looked over and saw a huge island in the distance. It was surrounded by a green light, making it impossible to see the real situation on the island. However, the only thing they knew was that the island was extremely large. With a single glance, they couldn't see the end of it. We're here. We've finally arrived at the Myriad Treasures Island. Is this the mysterious island with countless spirit herbs? We paid such a heavy price and sacrificed so many people to reach here. I hope the inside won't disappoint us. Go in immediately. All the treasures inside are mine. One by one, they shouted excitedly. The appearance of the Myriad Treasures Island made them forget the fear of death. All they had was the desire to enter the island. Whoosh! 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 Seeing the appearance of the island, one ship after another crazily sailed towards it. It was like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. They all wanted to enter the mysterious island. It was as if they were afraid that if they were a step too late, all the treasures inside would be snatched away by others. Let's go. Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru didn't hesitate and immediately entered from a certain part of the island. They avoided the crowd and walked towards a remote place. As soon as they entered, their entire bodies were submerged in the green light. They could immediately see the situation of the entire island clearly. Huge. Too huge. Xia Ping could feel that the plants on the island were extraordinarily huge. Every tree was at least 200 to 300 meters tall. Giant trees that were several thousand meters tall could be seen everywhere. Even the grass on the island was 2 to 3 meters tall, and they could directly submerge a person. There were apples, pears, durians, pomegranates, and other fruits growing here. They were all more than 1.5 meters in diameter, the size of a human. Hanging on the trees, it was an astonishing scene. When humans entered this place, it was as if they had entered a kingdom of giants. They were incomparably tiny. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably dense. It was at least 10 times that of the outside world. It was as if a super spell formation had been set up on the island. It could continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world and gather it together, turning this place into a true paradise, a holy land for cultivation. What a dense spiritual energy! Jiang Yaru took a deep breath. She could feel all the pores on her body opening up, constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. She didn't even need to circulate her qigong. Large amounts of spiritual energy were madly rushing into her body. She could feel that her cultivation was growing at every moment. A stalk of spirit medicine. Soon, Xia Ping discovered a stalk of ginseng growing on the soil in the distance. It was as tall as half a person. Its entire body was snow white, and it was emitting waves of spiritual energy. It seemed to be brimming with medicinal energy. It was at least several hundred years old. His heart thumped, and he immediately wanted to pluck the ginseng. Human, scram! This spirit medicine is mine. If you dare to steal it, then die. Chapter 797. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. This Murloc guru was extremely overbearing. His first move was a fatal killing move. He wanted to kill him mercilessly. Although the human clan and the Murlocs were incompatible and often fought on the boundless sea, it was rare for them to kill each other without saying anything. Xia Ping made his move in an instant. He slapped the Murloc guru and ran the power of his Gang Chi. Dong! The Murloc guru's fist hit the palm. The two tyrannical forces collided. There was a loud sound in the air, and the air seemed to condense into a substance. The surrounding trees were shaken down by the aftermath of such a strong chi, and the ground cracked. The scene was very shocking. What? The Murloc guru was very shocked. Under the blow just now, he was actually at a disadvantage. He took more than a dozen steps back. The web between his thumb and index finger was numb, and his chi and blood were rolling. Obviously, he was at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm, and his strength was far beyond that of ordinary human beings. However, in a competition of pure strength, he actually lost. This was simply incredible. Human, who the hell are you? The Murloc guru stared at Xiaoping. He instinctively felt that this human was not easy to deal with. Originally, he thought that he could kill this human as soon as he made a move and get the spiritual medicine without any effort. He didn't expect that he would meet a tough opponent as soon as he made a move. The person who will kill you. Xiaoping was too lazy to talk nonsense with this Murloc guru. Since the Murloc guru wanted to kill him, he didn't have time to chat with it. Anyone who dared to attack him was an enemy and must die. Flaming Divine Needle. With a whoosh, he grabbed the void, and his Gang Chi vibrated. The flaming Gang Chi in his body instantly condensed into a divine needle and attacked the Murloc guru. Oh no! The Murloc guru's face changed dramatically. He could feel the terrible power of this flaming divine needle. It was extremely fast and silent. It tore through the air and came in front of him in the blink of an eye. He ran the Gang Chi in his body, trying to resist. However, this divine needle specialized in breaking the internal Gang Chi. Ordinary defensive Qigong could not resist it at all. Dong! In an instant, the flaming divine needle sank into his body. Stop! Stop immediately! What are you trying to do? Kill my, Jing Wuliang's, subordinates. Do you have a death wish? Suddenly, a deafening shout echoed out from the distance. A killer whale monster leapt over from the distance. Its body was enormous, reaching 7 or 8 meters in height. It was unarmed, but it exuded a terrifying pressure. Such a body was like a small mountain, and it was suffocating. It had the strength of the Supreme Power 5th level. Behind this Orca demon were 7 or 8 subordinates. All of them were experts at the 3rd heaven of the Grandmaster realm. They seemed to be from the Orca demon clan, and all of them were led by Jing Wuliang. Killer whale demon race. Jiang Yaru's pupils shrank. She could feel the strength of this group of killer whale demons. After staying in the Endless Sea for such a long time, she knew that there were many powerful races in the Endless Sea. Among them was the killer whale demon race. They possessed boundless strength and peerless defensive power. They could be called the overlords of the sea. They had always acted in a tyrannical manner and didn't place anyone in their eyes. Once there was an enemy they didn't like, they would immediately crush them and turn them into powder. Moreover, they liked to move in groups. If anyone encountered the killer whale demon race in the Endless Sea, they would be terrified, as if doomsday had arrived. Stop! Hearing this, Xiaoping sneered. This Grandmaster Fishman wanted to kill him, yet he still wanted him to stop. Who did he think he was? He didn't want to talk nonsense with the killer whale demon race. With a thought, the divine flame needle immediately swelled up. The power of the flame burned crazily, and in an instant, it exploded inside the Grandmaster Fishman's body. Ah! The Grandmaster Fishman let out a mournful scream. His whole body exploded into pieces, turning into a pile of meat paste. The ground was dyed red. Bastard! Jing Wuliang was furious. He didn't expect that this damned human wouldn't give him face. Even though he had brought his subordinates here, he still dared to kill his people. The subordinates around him were also furious. This lowly human dared to kill their killer whale demon race. They couldn't accept this at all. The anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano. At this moment, they had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Xiaoping. Jing Wuliang shouted angrily, "Human, you dare to kill my subordinates? You will pay with your life." King-grade martial skill, Fishman 9 strikes. In an instant, his whole body seemed to have turned into a swimming fish, using the air of heaven and earth as a stream of water. He swam in this space and attacked from an incredible angle. It seemed that at this moment, the airflow of heaven and earth was under Jing Wuliang's control. A huge whale appeared behind him and fiercely attacked Xia Ping. This attack not only contained the earth-shattering power of the killer whale demon race, but also the power of the airflow of heaven and earth. When the two superimposed, it was enough to destroy a small mountain. It could be said that Jing Wuliang was several times stronger than a human grandmaster of the same level. Dark North Body Protection Art. Xia Ping took a step forward, his hands forming a circle, and operated the Dark North Body Protection Art. The airflow of heaven and earth shook, and the illusion of a Kunpeng appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and turned into a black hole. Dong! The terrifying force of this attack was instantly swallowed by the black hole, as if it had been swallowed by the Kunpeng. No matter how strong the force was, it turned into nothingness. A huge crater immediately appeared on the ground where his feet were standing. Cracks extended outwards one after another. Kacha sounds rang out as huge boulders in the distance were shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Jing Wuliang's eyes widened. With this peerless attack, even a human grandmaster of the same level would be blown up by his punch and die without a whole corpse. However, facing a human junior in the second tier of the grandmaster realm, his attack was easily blocked. Such a ridiculous thing was simply unacceptable. What kind of protective qigong is this? The 7 or 8 subordinates around him were also shocked. No one knew better than them how terrifying their boss's strength was. One blow was enough to sink the land. This was the power of the Killer Whale clan, which was famous throughout the Endless Sea. It was estimated that only the heaven-devouring elephant clan of the Land Demon clan was qualified to compare with them. With one punch, a small human would be smashed into meat paste. However, such an invincible power was easily blocked by this human. They were also so shocked that their jaws almost fell off, and they were dumbfounded. What protective qigong? Go ask the King of Hell. Xia Ping shouted and immediately used the peerless king-level martial skill, Epic of Heaven. Chapter 798. The first chapter of the Epic of Heaven, Angel's Hymn. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ping's psychic power rippled out, covering an area of 2 kilometers around him. In the blink of an eye, the killer whale demons were enveloped. Immediately, Jing Wuliang and the other demons' eyes went blank, and they fell into endless hallucinations. At that moment, they seemed to hear angels singing. Their bodies felt warm, as if they were enveloped by the light of heaven. All of their negative emotions disappeared. Instead, they were filled with positive emotions. Their hearts were filled with gratitude, happiness, and other emotions. They wanted nothing more than to ascend to heaven with the angels. Die! In the next second, Xia Ping took out the Hell's Spear. At that moment, the entire world was enveloped by the aura of hell. An extremely evil aura spread out and enveloped the killer whale demons. This aura immediately caused them to suffer and fall into the Avicii hell. Killing intent, greed, arrogance, anger, and other emotions were all drawn out. Such a scene seemed to drag them down from the beautiful heaven and into hell. On one side was heaven, and on the other side was hell. The two types of extreme torture almost drove the killer whale demons crazy. Not good. Jing Wuliang was powerful, and his psychic power was also much stronger than ordinary people. He broke free from the illusion faster than ordinary people, and his hair stood on end. It was as if every cell in his body was trembling, as if he sensed great danger. He wanted to defend himself, but it was already too late. The Epic of Heaven had caused him to fall into a momentary trance. In a battle between grandmasters, this was a fatal flaw. This momentary trance was enough for his opponent to kill him dozens of times. Xia Ping stabbed out with his spear, leaving a dazzling trail in the air like a black chain of order. It exuded a terrifying and indestructible might. Dong! Jing Wuliang's body was easily pierced by the Hell's Spear. Even his heart was destroyed on the spot. Tyrannical astral energy vibrated in his body, and he was instantly torn to pieces. Boss! The remaining subordinates all screamed, and their eyes widened in shock. They could only watch helplessly as Jing Wuliang died at the hands of this human. They were horrified. Bang bang bang. However, this was only the beginning. Xia Ping attacked again and again, as fast as lightning. 5 or 6 illusory spears appeared in the air, and astral energy erupted like flood dragons. Ah! The remaining 7 or 8 killer whale monsters let out pitiful screams. That hell spear was invincible, nothing could stop it, not even astral chi. Their bodies were pierced on the spot, and their hearts exploded, following in the footsteps of their boss. With a loud bang, huge corpses fell to the ground one after another, raising a cloud of dust. Blood dripped onto the ground, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. Leviathan Unrighteous and the other demonkin stared with wide eyes. Never in their wildest dreams could they have guessed that this was just an ordinary operation, and that killing humans was nothing more than a trivial matter. But now, they had died tragically on the spot. They felt extremely sullen and unwilling. But no matter what, they had offended someone they shouldn't have, and as a result, they died tragically on the spot. Not good. Jiang Yara's expression changed. There are quite a few fishmen experts in the surroundings. They seem to have sensed the commotion here and are rushing over. We can't stay here for long. She took out a palm-sized cube and tapped it lightly. Immediately, a virtual projection appeared. This projection was a map of the area within 100 kilometers of the island. Countless dots of light appeared on the map, all of which seemed to be moving at high speed. What is this? Xia Ping looked at the cube in amazement. Jiang Yara said proudly, "This is a scanner. It's a super civilization's technology that my master obtained from some ruins. Once it's activated, it can scan an area of 100 kilometers. It can even detect any enemies in the area, as well as their movements and strength. Even kings can't escape its tracking. I begged my master for a long time to explore Myriad Treasures Island, and he only agreed to lend it to me not long ago." She pointed at the unique cube. She had obtained this treasure after she and Xia Ping had returned to the port. She had contacted her master, and her master had delivered this treasure to her. Her master had been worried that she might encounter some kind of unexpected danger, so he had given this treasure to her to increase her survivability. Amazing! Xia Ping's eyebrows rose. On Myriad Treasures Island, the area was distorted by a unique magnetic field. Ordinary exploration devices had long since been destroyed, and even communication devices couldn't be used. But this scanner could still be used, which was really amazing. The technology produced in those ruins was simply black technology, which surpassed the current technology by many years. He was a little tempted and wanted to go into those ruins to search for treasures. Can you lend it to me for a while? It doesn't need to be too long. 100 years is enough. Xia Ping blinked his eyes, looked at Jiang Yaru, and stated his request. In your dreams. Jiang Yaru rolled her eyes at Xia Ping. He wanted to borrow it for 100 years. What was the difference between this and giving it to this bastard? This bastard was so thick-skinned that he was no different from those old scoundrels in society. Moreover, in order to obtain this secret treasure, she had paid a great price. If she casually lent it out, her master would probably want to strangle her. Okay, cut the crap. Jiang Yaru pointed at the light spots on the virtual screen and said, "Do you see this? A lot of Fishman Grandmasters are coming this way. Among them, there are many experts in the 6th and 7th stage of the Supreme Power Realm, and there are many of them. If we are surrounded, I'm afraid we're dead. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands." Her expression was very serious. This time, there were too many experts who had come to Myriad Treasures Island. It was simply a death arena. If they were not careful, they would be killed immediately. Xia Ping also nodded. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't deal with so many opponents. Of course, he could borrow the power of the moon god to completely kill these enemies. But in this way, he might alert the enemy and scare away those monster kings. Then the gains would not make up for the losses. It was better to avoid the sharp edge for now. Let's go. Xia Ping nodded, grabbed the ginseng on the ground, and put it in his space ring. Then, he and Jiang Yaru quickly fled. With the help of this scanner, they knew the nearby geographical environment and the enemies like the back of their hand. Therefore, the two of them easily got rid of the pursuit of countless enemies and quietly left this place. Chapter 799. In a certain cave on Myriad Treasures Island. At this moment, Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru had finally found a safe place to hide. They didn't need to worry about being chased by enemies. There are too many experts on this island. I need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. He needed to increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he might run into great danger on this island. Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately took out the ginseng and the demon cores he had obtained from Jing Wuliang and the others. Those killer whale demons were simply too poor. They didn't have any special treasures on them, only the demon cores they had condensed. Now that Xia Ping had obtained them, he could take them all away. At least he wouldn't return empty-handed. Refine. With a thought, Xia Ping immediately circulated the pure yang immortal incantation in his body. Boundless flames rose up, transforming into a giant sun furnace. The demon cores and the ginseng were instantly incinerated by the sun furnace. They were refined into extremely pure energy, and large amounts of impurities were expelled. Strands of golden aura floated out from the sun furnace. These were the demon cores and the essence of the ginseng. They contained abundant energy. Devour. Xia Ping circulated the energy in his body. His 108,000 pores all seemed to be breathing at the same time. The faint image of a Kunpeng appeared behind him, emitting a tyrannical aura. The Kunpeng lay in midair and breathed continuously. As it breathed, the abundant energy was devoured cleanly and integrated into every cell in its body. The entire cave was filled with turbulent winds and clouds, as if thunder and lightning were rumbling. All the air was sucked into the cave, forming a giant vortex. It was a shocking scene. No way. Even an evolved Jing master's cultivation would cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, Jiang Yaru was cultivating in another cave. She had obtained a large amount of spirit liquid from Xia Ping. On this trip to Myriad Treasures Island, she had encountered countless evolved Jing masters. This made her realize how weak she was, and she wanted to break through as quickly as possible. So after obtaining the spirit liquid, she wanted to go into secluded cultivation and advance to a higher realm. But right now, she was completely dumbfounded by Xia Ping's cultivation state. He was just like a barbaric beast that was plundering everything. All the heaven and earth spirit chi in a radius of several miles was devoured clean by him. This won't do. If I continue to stay in this place, even my cultivation will be affected. I'd better go somewhere else to train in seclusion. Jiang Yaru made a prompt decision. This entire area had been completely affected by Xia Ping. If she continued to seclude herself, she would definitely fail her breakthrough. With a so sound, she left this place, heading towards another mountain range to cultivate in seclusion, avoiding the brunt of the attacks. Such pure energy. Xia Ping also did not know that his cultivation had caused such a shocking phenomenon. He was now shocked by the medicinal power. The elixirs that grew on this island had astonishing medicinal power. They seemed to be twice as strong as ordinary elixirs, and they were also extremely pure. In fact, the demonic cores of evolved ancestors also contained pure demonic chi. After being refined by the solar furnace, the impurities had already been completely eliminated, leaving behind only energy that was harmless to humans. Because of the refinement process, the majority of the energy in the demonic cores had been depleted. But even if there was only a small portion left, it still had an extremely shocking effect. He could sense that at this moment, a majestic energy was surging through his 108 meridians. They were like numerous flood dragons, crazily swimming around his meridians. Finally, this energy flowed into his Dantian's Qi. After being converted, the astral Qi in his body rapidly increased. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoping could sense that the astral Qi in his body had been raised to the limit. In fact, even his Dantian's Qi was almost unable to contain it. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, his acupoints were broken through, as though numerous great doors of energy had been opened, causing the explosively increased astral Qi in his body to flow into these acupoints. This astral Qi also produced a strange phenomenon, as though numerous golden crows of hell were residing in the depths of his acupoints. At the same time, the golden crow of hell cells in his body were also awakening, crazily melting, strengthening every inch of his muscles, bones, meridians, and even every single cell. Even his blood seemed to have undergone a transformation, showing a pale golden state. Xiaoping had already begun to transform into an inhuman state. His body emitted a faint golden light which was incomparably sacred. If anyone could see the situation of Xiaoping's cultivation at this time, they would immediately be surprised. His body was actually emitting bursts of light, like surging auspicious colors. Golden light radiated in all directions, and purple Qi rose. The scene was astonishing. The ground seemed to be covered in high temperature. Flames burned and impressively turned into magma. Heat waves rolled, and the surrounding temperature rose by hundreds of degrees. Breakthrough. Xiaoping felt that at this moment, his breakthrough was simply a matter of course. He had come to the endless sea and experienced many battles. He had fought with many murloc and pirate grandmasters. He had fought life and death battles, honing his martial arts cultivation. He had taken the Qi mending pill and perfected his martial arts foundation. His body had almost reached a perfect state. Now, with the help of the majestic energy of the elixir, he had broken through in one fell swoop. This was simply a matter of nature. There was no disturbance at all. Boom! When the last acupoint was broken through, Xiaoping felt his body shake. The golden drums rang together, and the sound of tigers and leopards thundered. His strength seemed to be much stronger than before, and his Gang Qi seemed to be increasing crazily. The sea of Qi in his Dantian seemed to have turned into magma, constantly rolling like a volcanic crater, constantly erupting, hot air containing explosive energy. The third heaven of supreme power realm. Xiaoping immediately knew that he had broken through 12 acupoints again and reached the third heaven of supreme power realm. This was simply the peak of the primary supreme power realm. My strength has become stronger. He clenched his fists, and his muscles swelled, containing a strong Gang Qi. When he punched out, there seemed to be the cry of the golden crow of hell. The air exploded, and it was extremely fierce. The stone wall in the distance was instantly smashed by the fist force. It was as fragile as tofu, and it went hundreds of meters deep into the rock wall. It was just a gentle punch, but it almost completely penetrated the hill. The golden crow of hell bloodline has become more powerful. Xiaoping was very excited. It could be said that this time, when he was promoted to the third heaven of supreme power realm, the enhancement of his strength, spiritual force, and Gang Qi were secondary. The most important thing was that he had awakened 40 to 50 golden crow of hell cells in his body. This greatly increased the power of his body, causing his bloodline to evolve further. Now Xiaoping had transformed into an inhuman state, and his strength was enough to rival the heaven-swallowing elephant. The bodies of the killer whale demons, which were born with divine power, had also been greatly strengthened. Chapter 800. One day later. Xiaoping had completely consolidated and familiarized himself with the power of the third heaven of supreme power realm. He believed that after a period of time, he would be able to perfectly control the skyrocketing power and use it freely. At this time, Jiang Yaru also came out of seclusion. At this moment, she had also advanced to the 6th layer of the martial master realm, and her strength had greatly increased. When she saw Xia Ping, her face was gloomy. "You freak, you broke through again." Jiang Yaru was extremely depressed. She had heard that the higher one cultivated, the harder it was to break through. Some evolved Jing masters were stuck at the 1st layer of the evolved Jing realm, unable to break through for 10 years. However, this guy broke through so easily and reached the 3rd heaven of Supreme Power realm in such a short time. If this kind of breakthrough was spread out, many Supreme Power Masters would be scared to death. It's alright. It's a routine operation. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, Xia Ping said modestly. Keep bragging, keep bragging. Jiang Yaru couldn't help but feel disdain for this braggart. If this was just a normal move, then what would happen with a godly move? Could it be that he would reach the heavens in a single step and become a king? She felt that she couldn't continue to talk about these things with Xia Ping. Otherwise, she would definitely be stimulated to the point of having a heart attack. Right, what do we do next? Jiang Yaru changed the topic. Xia Ping said, what else can we do? Of course we're going to find the geocentric Lingji. He really wanted to get his hands on this spiritual herb. He instinctively felt that it would be of great benefit to him. But we don't know where the geocentric Lingji is. Jiang Yaru was in a difficult position. This myriad treasures island was extremely large. Wanting to find the geocentric Ganoderma in such a large area was an incomparably difficult matter. I'm fine. Xia Ping waved his hand. Just go to a crowded place. Take your time. You're right. Jiang Yaru nodded. There were a lot of spirit herbs on this island. If they were extremely precious, it would definitely cause countless people to fight over them. Going to a place with a lot of people would guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Even if he couldn't find the geocentric Ganoderma, he could still find other precious elixirs. Let's go. Xia Ping said. After he finished speaking, he and Jiang Yaru left the cave and headed outside. However, not long after they left the cave, a group of people walked towards them. What's going on? Why aren't you dead? All of a sudden, a voice rang out, filled with shock. It was as if the speaker couldn't believe that Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru were still alive. Xia Ping immediately saw a group of people walking towards him. It was the disciples of the Wang clan led by Wang Tong, Wang Rulong, and the others. They formed a group and walked towards him majestically. The one who spoke was Wang Rulong. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, it's really a narrow road for enemies. At this moment, Xia Ping's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was this group of people who had thrown stones at him when he was down in the sea. They had even fired a cannon at him, wanting to kill him. The entire ship had been destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that he had a trump card, he would have long since died under his opponent's vicious methods. It was one thing for him to not feel the slightest bit of remorse, but to think that he was still alive. His tone was filled with contempt and coldness. Hearing those words, even a clay figurine would be enraged. So it's Mr. Xia. How have you been? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Wang Tong said with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Don't be a hypocrite here. You guys wanted to kill me before, shooting down my ship and plotting to kill me. I'll settle this debt with you. Xia Ping's eyes were filled with coldness. Wang Tong waved his hand, Mr. Xia, I think you've misunderstood something. Actually, that cannon was just an accident. We wanted to kill those deep-sea monsters, but we didn't expect to hit Mr. Xia's ship. That was a huge mistake. We didn't mean any harm. He indicated that the previous cannon was an accident and that it wasn't aimed at Xia Ping. In such a chaotic situation, it was normal for a few cannons to accidentally hit other ships. It was just a huge accident and not intentional. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ping made his move. He slapped his palm, causing his earth energy to vibrate. More than 10 flaming needles were condensed and shot towards the disciples of the Wang clan. What? Suddenly, Wang Tong was shocked. He instinctively felt the horror of these flaming needles. If his body was hit, he would definitely die. This was a fatal move. He made his move in an instant and punched out like a tiger. He ran his earth energy and the sky was densely covered with strong earth energy, forming a solid barrier. This blow showed the power of the Supreme Power Realm's 6th realm. Bang! Immediately, there was an explosion in the air. More than a dozen flaming needles were shot down and exploded. The primordial chi exploded, causing amazing cracks to appear on the ground, like a spider web. Boy, what on earth do you want to do? Wang Tong's face was extremely gloomy, like ink. If he hadn't made a move in time, these needles would have fallen on the disciples of the Wang clan and killed many of them. Sorry, my hand slipped just now. It was just an accident. I believe you won't mind. Xia Ping looked at the group of disciples of the Wang clan indifferently. His hand slipped. Many disciples of the Wang clan were shocked and angry. How could it be possible that his hand slipped? It was obvious that he was targeting them. Moreover, when he made his move, he wanted to kill them. How could he say that it was just a slip of his hand? Did he really think that they were idiots? Xia Ping. Wang Tong said coldly, don't think that we are idiots. You are clearly targeting us deliberately. You want to attack the people of the Wang clan. This is not a small matter. I think you better understand the consequences of offending the Wang clan. His tone was stern. Consequences? You intended to kill the core members of the giant company. Have you thought about the consequences? Xia Ping looked at the disciples of the Wang clan indifferently, his body was full of killing intent. The pupils of Wang Tong and the others shrank. The reason why they dared to make a move before was that they thought that Xia Ping would definitely die in this dangerous sea area. In this way, even the giant company wouldn't be able to find out the cause of Xia Ping's death. Naturally, the Wang clan would be fine. However, Xia Ping didn't die. Things were getting serious. Uncle. Wang Rulong stood out and coldly laughed. Things have already reached this point. Why are you still talking nonsense? Can't you see that he is planning to fight our Wang clan to the death? Since this brat wants to die, we will grant him his wish. Also, this place is in the wilderness. If he dies here, who would know? Although he didn't die in the sea earlier, if he dies here, the result will be the same. There's no need for us to be polite with this brat. Chapter 801. Hearing this, many disciples of the Wang family were tempted. Since both sides were going to fight to the death, they might as well kill this guy here and put an end to all troubles. If they let this guy escape, it would be difficult for them to get along well in the future. It was better to eliminate him immediately. You want to kill me? Are you qualified? Xia Ping looked at Wang Rulong and the others indifferently and squinted. Uncle, what are you waiting for? Since this guy wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Wang Rulong fanned the flames from the side. He hated this guy who had humiliated him to the core. Young man, there is a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Don't blame me if you die, Wang Tong said faintly, with a compassionate look. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tong instantly attacked, showing the powerful cultivation of the Supreme Power Realm's 6th realm. His gang chi vibrated, and the air behind him twisted, as if it had formed a powerful dragon. He cultivated the Wang family's peerless king-level qigong, the Azure Dragon skill. Once he cultivated it to a high level, his body would have the power of the Azure Dragon. His every move would be natural, like a dragon in the world, invincible. He punched out, and the gang chi condensed, as if a dragon had appeared in the void. It was incomparably powerful, containing the power to destroy everything, and the whole earth was shaking. Good timing. Xiaoping was not moved. He operated the pure yang immortal skill and punched out in the void. The palm print was condensed into a substance. The awakened golden crow cells in his body were all singing, as if hundreds of birds were singing at the same time. A peerless ferocious god had awakened in the depths of hell, and its aura alone was enough to suppress countless evil spirits. The palm print was pale gold, as if it had the power of hell. This was the power of the golden crow of hell, which had the power to destroy all evil. Nothing could resist it. It could be said that this palm was many times more powerful than before. Boom! The fist print and the palm print collided. The dragon and the golden crow of hell were fighting, as if two peerless fierce beasts were fighting each other in the void. Their chi entangled with each other, forming an amazing storm. What? Wang Tong was startled. The moment his fist came into contact with Xiaoping's palm print, he felt an inexhaustible force transmitted to him. His entire arm was shaken to the point of numbness. His sleeves were shattered into pieces and turned into ashes. He felt that his hand was numb, and the amazing force passed to his internal organs. His chi and blood were rolling, and he could not help but spit out the blood in the depths of his body. How is it possible? Wang Tong immediately used the Azure Dragon skill and ran the Qigong in his body, and his Qigong, and his Qigong. Just like that, his entire body moved 100 meters horizontally before finally stopping. Third Heaven of Supreme Master. When did you reach the Third Heaven of Supreme Master? Wang Tong was instantly shocked. He could sense that Xiaoping's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds compared to before. It was simply incomparable to before. But what shocked him even more was that he was only at the Third Heaven of Supreme Power Realm, but his strength had surpassed that of an expert at the Sixth Heaven of Supreme Power Realm. How terrifying was this? If he were to advance to the sixth level of Supreme Power, wouldn't he be able to easily kill him with one punch? No way, he broke through again so soon. Many disciples of the Wang family, including Wang Rulong, were so jealous that their intestines turned green. They knew that this guy had just been promoted to the second sky of Supreme Power Realm not long ago, but now he had broken through to the third sky of Supreme Power Realm. This kind of breakthrough speed was simply frightening. Although they already knew that the champion of the genius battle was an unparalleled monster and was hated by countless monster kings, it was only at this moment that they truly understood what it meant to be a monster that stood at the pinnacle of all geniuses. No wonder so many demon kings listed this brat as a must-kill target. Even the giant company wanted to protect him. If the Wang clan had a descendant with such talent, they would most probably do the same. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. If they allowed this monstrous genius to leave today, with his speed of improvement, it wouldn't be long before he became a king tier. The thought of becoming enemies with such a monstrous king made them feel as if a calamity was about to befall their Wang family. Among these people, no one knew better than Wang Tong how terrifying a peerless monster was. The gap between them was not as simple as 1 and 10, it was the difference between 0 and 10. No matter how many mortals were added together, they could not be compared to a monster. It's none of your business. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. There was a trace of coldness in Xiaoping's eyes. He turned into a big bird and rushed over, wanting to kill Wang Tong completely. Although he was only at the third sky of Supreme Power Realm, his cultivation of Gang Qi was extremely profound. The amount of Gang Qi alone was no less than that of any martial artist at the sixth sky of Supreme Power Realm. Coupled with the addition of his pure Yang immortal art and the power of the infernal Golden Crow's cell bloodline, he could even match a martial artist at the sixth sky of Supreme Power Realm. Ridiculous, a junior at the third sky of Supreme Power Realm dares to be so arrogant. Today, I'd like to see who will die. Wang Tong immediately became furious, and the Gang Qi of the sixth sky of Supreme Power Realm broke out. With a clang, he actually took out a soft sword from his waist. It was extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. In the air, it emitted a frightening silver cold light. Everyone present suddenly felt as if their necks were being cut by a sword. The sword chi was everywhere. It seemed that as long as Wang Tong's mind moved, they would lose their lives and die without a complete corpse. King-level swordsmanship, phantom swordsmanship, the first move, moving moon and stars. As the sword chopped down, it seemed that the stars were moving. The sky was full of specks of starlight, and each speck of starlight seemed to be a sword chi. They overlapped, making it impossible for people to tell which was real and which was fake. If the enemy blocked the wrong sword chi, he would be hit by the real sword chi, which would pierce through his body and rob him of his vitality. This was an extremely terrifying sword. It seemed that the starlight was shining and exceptionally beautiful, but there was a hidden murderous intent. Even such an exquisite swordsmanship, coupled with the Qigong power of the Azure Dragon skill, the power of the two was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It was simply a geometric increase. Arrogant? Who do you think is the real arrogant one now? Xia Ping did not dodge. He immediately took out the precious weapon, the Spear of Hell. Suddenly, with his body as the center, a terrifying aura immediately broke out. Powerful Gang Qi gushed out of the Spear of Hell, as if the whole world was dyed black. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The aura of hell spread from the void and surrounded a radius of several miles. Vaguely, the surrounding martial artists seemed to have hallucinations, as if there were hell messengers hooking their souls and trying to pull them into hell. Dong! Under such a tyrannical and unparalleled power, no matter what kind of illusion or sword technique it was shattered and completely destroyed. Chapter 802. Impossible. Wang Tong let out a shriek. He was horrified. Facing such a tyrannical spear art, he felt as weak as a baby. That phantom sword art was just as laughable as a three-legged cat's skill. In the face of such an absolutely tyrannical and destructive power, all tricks and conspiracies were useless. This was an upright attack, the way of the king. Illusion? Dodge? Technique? None of these things were necessary. In front of the Hell Spear and the Golden Crow of Hell, these things were illusory. With one strike, they would all be turned into powder. Dong! In just an instant, the powerful force exploded in Wang Tong's body. The spear pierced through Wang Tong's right arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ah! Wang Tong couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Intense pain spread throughout his body. It was as if every nerve in his body was trembling. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his entire body was twitching incessantly as if he was being bitten by countless ants. He had never suffered such pain before. Even the Hell Spear was releasing black astral energy into his meridians, destroying them crazily. No matter how he operated his Qigong, he couldn't expel the astral energy from his body. This also caused him to lose more than half of his astral energy. It's over. Elder Wang is in trouble. How could this be? Elder Wang is an expert in the 6th stage of the Supreme Master Realm. How could he lose? There's no other way. That kid's spear is a cosmic weapon. It's indestructible and can greatly increase his opponent's strength. No matter how powerful Elder Wang is, how could he be a match for a cosmic weapon? Shameless. You only know how to rely on the advantage of a cosmic weapon. If you have the guts, fight him with your bare hands. One by one, the disciples of the Wang family cursed. If even Wang Tong was defeated by this kid, then who else could subdue him? Go to hell. Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately wanted to inject astral energy into the Hell Spear and let the power of the cosmic weapon explode. He wanted to pierce through Wang Tong's body and blast him into pieces. But at this moment, his hair stood on end. The Golden Crow of Hell's cells were strongly warning him that some kind of unknown danger was staring at him, and his life was in danger. His mental strength spread out and covered a radius of a few miles. He immediately sensed that Wang Rulai had taken out a silver gun at some point in time. It was a relic weapon, an energy gun. It was said that this weapon was extremely powerful. Once it had enough energy, its speed would be extremely fast. Once it locked onto an enemy, even a grandmaster could be killed easily. However, the value of this weapon was extremely high. It was priceless, and even if there was a market for it, it would be snatched away as soon as it appeared. It was a peerless treasure that couldn't be bought even with money. At this moment, Wang Rulong actually took out this weapon. His expression was ferocious, as if he had been planning this for a long time. The muzzle was aimed at Xiaoping. It seemed that as long as he pulled the trigger, he could kill Xiaoping with one shot and take revenge. Dodge! At this point, Xiaoping couldn't be bothered with killing Wang Tong. He immediately rotated his qigong, causing a pair of wings to sprout from his back. Using the steps of the rock, he looked like a rock as he soared through the air. With lightning speed, he flashed and left the place in an instant. In a flash, with a bang, a condensed energy column shot over, cutting through the sky and tearing the air. Because it was so fast, there was even a trace of burnt smell. Boom! The energy column immediately shot into the air and hit the afterimage left by Xiaoping in the air. It passed through and finally smashed into a mountain in the distance. Immediately, the mountain was shot through on the spot by the energy column, and a shocking hole appeared in the middle. The stones were turned into powder, and the surrounding area was scorched black. It was extremely shocking. At this time, Xiaoping appeared in another place. His face was gloomy. If he hadn't dodged in time just now, he would have been turned into nothingness by this shot. Even Dark Northa's body protection skill would not be able to resist this amazing power. This energy gun had the power to shoot and kill a grandmaster at the peak, so it should not be underestimated. Humph, he's not dead. Wang Rulong was very unhappy. In order to kill Xiaoping, he had paid a huge price from his family and finally got the right to use this relic weapon. It was to be able to give Xiaoping a fatal blow at a critical moment and end his life. But he didn't expect that the kid was so cunning. He was obviously prepared for it, but the other side still easily dodged it, which made him feel very annoyed and angry. Wang Rulong, you want to die. Xiaoping felt a strong anger in his heart. Wang Rulong had provoked his bottom line again and again. Previously, this kid had ordered the cannons to attack his ship, trying to kill him while he was down. Now, he wanted to plot against him, secretly taking out the energy gun, and wanted to give him a fatal blow. After doing these things, even a clay figurine would have some anger. Humph, you're lucky to escape this time. Don't think that you can escape a second or a third time. Wang Rulong sneered and said, as long as you get hit once, you'll die. I'd like to see how long you can jump. He ordered the Wang family's disciples to immediately surround Xiaoping and obstruct him. He took advantage of this opportunity to sneak an attack. As long as he could get hit once, the kid would be dead. Even a deity would not be able to save this guy. No, you won't have a second chance. No one can save you today. Whoever dares to save you will die. Xiaoping's eyes shone with a frightening light. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He had to kill Wang Rulong. Even if someone would stop him, he would completely destroy this Wang Rulong. Boom! In an instant, a pair of wings grew on his back, and he turned into a rock. He flew through the air at an extremely fast speed and attacked Wang Rulong with shocking attack power. This speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. What? Wang Rulong was so scared that he peed his pants. He felt as if he was being stared at by an unparalleled ferocious beast, and all the cells in his body were trembling. At this moment, he finally felt what his enemy felt when facing Xiaoping. Despair. It was as deep as the abyss. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape death. Stop, Wang Rulong is a member of the Wang family. Who dares to kill him? You must be dreaming. You want to kill Wang Rulong? Have you asked for my permission? Die immediately. You still want to behave atrociously in front of the Wang family's elders? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Seeing that Xia Ping wanted to kill Wang Rulong, the Wang family's elders all shouted. Their eyes were wide open, and they all moved to block Xia Ping. Chapter 803. Whoosh! 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 A group of elders of the Wang family attacked one after another. These elders were extremely powerful. They were at least at the 4th heaven of Supreme Power Realm, some were at the 5th heaven of Supreme Power Realm, and some were even comparable to Wang Tong at the 6th heaven of Supreme Power Realm. Xia Ping, you want to kill the disciples of the Wang family? You are dreaming. Now go to hell. An old man in a black robe shouted. He held a big saber in his hand and slashed down with great force. It contained extremely fierce saber chi, which smashed everything. This was a unique skill of his, Vajra saber technique. When he performed it, it was like a Vajra Arhat in the world. He slashed down with his saber and subdued demons. It had the power of an angry Arhat, as if it wanted to frighten all the demons in the world. This Buddhist saber technique should contain a lot of Buddha chi and a trace of mercy, but when it was performed by the old man in a black robe, it exuded endless evil chi. It was like a Vajra Arhat had been invaded by the heart devil and had fallen into the devil's path, becoming an Asura. You can't stop me. Xia Ping stepped forward, holding the hell spear in his hand. He was furious. The 108,000 pores on his body immediately gushed out majestic black flames, as if he was the ruler from the depths of hell. With his body as the center, a huge flame field was formed, spreading for hundreds of meters. The temperature rose sharply, and even the soil on the ground was burned into glass and molten lava. The scene was shocking. He stabbed with his spear and performed the hell martial art, Hell Demon Suppressing Spear. An amazing spear shadow stabbed out, like a divine chain of order, tearing the air apart. This spear technique was a martial art inherited from hell, which was specially used to deal with gods and demons. It had the momentum to suppress the universe and suppress all things in the world. This was the move of the god of death, a unique skill to deal with all living beings in the world. What? In the face of this spear technique, the old man in a black robe was shocked by the hell demon chi of the hell spear, which instantly wrapped his whole body. Suddenly, he felt as if he had fallen into the boundless hell. He was caught by the prison guards, and his whole body was locked by divine chains. He couldn't use his strength and was dragged like a dead dog. Dong! This spear bombarded with irresistible force. The saber chi in the air was immediately shattered, as if it had pierced through the air, and fiercely fell into the body of the old man in a black robe. Ah! The black-robed old man let out a blood-curdling scream, and blood sprayed everywhere. His eyes were wide with despair as he was nailed to the air by the hell spear, his heart destroyed. His eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe that he had died in this way. After all, he was a master at the 5th heaven of Supreme Power Realm with a promising future. How could he die so easily? Xia Ping circulated his Empyrean energy, causing the hell spear to erupt with a murderous aura. With a bang, the black-robed old man was reduced to a pile of meat paste, which exploded in the air like fireworks. How dare you kill my brother? Die! Die now! Seeing that the black-robed elder had been killed and exploded on the spot, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. His body was covered with terrifying muscles and veins, and his muscles were like steel armor. His eyes were wide open, and his hair stood on end. He held the snake spear in his hand, and he looked like a great general from ancient times, glaring at Zhang Fei. He was so angry that his whole body jumped over like a cannonball. The snake spear stabbed at Zhang Fei with earth-shattering power, as if it had pushed away the air and turned it into a vacuum. The people present were all horrified. They could hardly see the shadow of the spear. It seemed to have turned into a strange snake and escaped into the void, making it impossible for them to guard against it. This was a king-level martial skill, Dark Snake Spear. Once performed, each spear was like a dark poisonous snake, silent and escaping into the void. The enemy had no idea where the attack would come from. Often, the enemy would be stabbed to death by his spear before they knew what was going on. Moreover, he was a master at the fifth heaven of supreme power realm himself. With this peerless spear technique, he was simply invincible. Xia Ping didn't even look at it. He directly opened his mouth and let out a roar. The lion's roar of myriad beasts' fist. This roar was like the birth of the king of the prairie, shaking heaven and earth. With Xia Ping's body as the center, a circle of condensed sound waves spread in all directions. The current lion's roar was many times more powerful than the previous lion's roar. If it was a young lion before, it was now an adult lion king. Xia Ping, who had been promoted to the supreme power realm, displayed this unique sound wave technique. It was like adding wings to a tiger. It was incomparably fierce and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was earth-shattering. He even injected Gang Qi into the soul-bewitching bell, forming a shadow of a trumpet in midair. It was like a loudspeaker, amplifying the power of the lion's roar several times. Oh no! The expression of the muscular middle-aged man suddenly changed. Although he was full of muscles, it did not mean that he was brainless. Feeling this shocking roar, he seemed to hear the whisper of death. Dong! In an instant, this roar immediately shattered his spear's shadow into pieces. Moreover, his body was still in midair, attacking Xia Ping. However, he was also hit by layers of sound waves, which shook hundreds of times in midair. The power of this sound wave was invisible and colorless. Even the protective Gang Qi could not resist it. It instantly penetrated the middle-aged man's body and hurt his lungs. Ah! Immediately, the middle-aged man let out a shrill scream in midair. His internal organs were all broken, and his whole body was destroyed by this condensed sound wave. With a bang, his body exploded. Just like the black-robed old man, he followed in his opponent's footsteps and turned into a pile of minced meat. Everyone was shocked. This was a great master at the supreme power realm of the fifth heaven. No matter where he was, he would be able to resist thousands of troops alone. Now, he was killed by Xia Ping's roar. This kind of destructive power was terrible. Moreover, the power of the sound wave was not over yet. It still spread in all directions, affecting several miles. One by one, the weak disciples of the Wang family were shattered by this sound wave. Their heads burst like watermelons, and they died without a whole body. The ground was also destroyed by this condensed sound wave. It seemed that even the earth had been flattened by a few centimeters. Hundreds of tons of soil were thrown out, forming a small hill. A series of astonishing fissures appeared on the ground, extending for several kilometers. The hills in the distance also seemed to crack under the shock of this sound wave. The mountains were shattered, the rocks were crushed, and the trees disappeared from this world, turning into powder and drifting with the wind. Too strong. Chapter 804. Dong, dong, dong. Xia Ping walked over step by step like a demon. Every step he took was like a giant trampling on the ground, creating deep holes in the ground. Save me quickly. Seeing such ferocity, Wang Rulong was finally afraid. His whole body was trembling, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, surrounded by endless cold air. Even though he was a descendant of the Wang family, even though he was surrounded by countless experts, he did not feel safe at all. It was as if his life would be taken by this demon at any moment. He was terrified to the extreme, sullen to the extreme. He was a disciple of the Wang family, the descendant of a king. When did he fall to this state, actually being hunted down so brazenly, killed until blood flowed like rivers, completely falling apart? Save you. Whoever can save you, whoever dares to save you must die. Xia Ping's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had killed 2 grandmasters consecutively, using their blood to forge his ferocious aura. He was tyrannical and invincible. No one dared to doubt his determination and murderous intent. Why were grandmasters renowned in the world? They were invincible, able to wipe out thousands of enemies, and were respected by countless living beings. This reputation was not boasted, but earned through killing. Which grandmaster did not have a mountain of corpses behind them? Which grandmaster did not kill like flies? Those who dared to offend the prestige of a grandmaster had to pay the price in blood. Too arrogant, treating the grandmasters of the Wang family like nothing. Yes, he even wants to kill someone in front of us. What is this? Let's attack together and kill him immediately. This kid has already fallen into the demonic path and has become a demon. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to appease the people. All the grandmasters of the Wang family were enraged. This kid had killed 2 grandmasters consecutively, and he still wanted to kill Wang Rulong in front of them. This was extremely arrogant. If this kid really did it, then where would the face of the Wang family be? If word got out, they would become the laughingstock of the world. They would think that the grandmasters of the Wang family were all fake and could be killed like chickens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They could not take it anymore, and all the grandmasters attacked. Thief Xia, go to hell. A grandmaster from the Wang family shouted angrily. He attacked with his bare fists, and his whole body was like a cannonball. His body was covered with tyrannical gang qi. He had practiced a tyrannical thwart kung fu, the famous golden bell shield. His whole body was surrounded by gang qi, which was pale gold in color. There were almost no blind spots. Even if swords and sabers slashed at him, they couldn't hurt him at all. Even sniper rifles couldn't break through his defense. He was simply a killing machine. Those who encountered him were either killed or injured. Even his cultivation had reached the supreme power 6th realm. He was the strongest except for Wang Tong. Hand over your life. How dare you kill someone from my Wang clan? This debt of blood must be paid in blood. A grandmaster from the Wang family, who was wielding a giant axe, also roared. His muscles were even more developed than the previous grandmaster. He was only wearing a small red singlet, which made his muscles even more ferocious. His veins were like dragons that covered his body. He used his king's unique skill, sky-splitting axe. When the axe came down, it seemed to have the power to split the sky and the earth. Even the air in front of him was split, forming a vacuum. If this unique skill was practiced to the highest level, even the earth would be split by the axe, separating 2 huge pieces of land and changing the landscape. Nothing could stop it. Die, die. All the enemies who offend my Wang clan must die. No one can survive. Go to hell with regret. With a swoosh, a short man dressed in black appeared silently behind Xia Ping. Taking advantage of the fact that the 2 grandmasters had attracted Xia Ping's attention, he used his footwork and circled behind Xia Ping. He was holding a sharp dagger in his hand, which seemed to be covered with venom. This was a strange poison in the world, called jellyfish poison. Once a wound was cut on the body, the venom would invade the body. Even a person at the supreme power realm would die in a few breaths without any antidote. Because the venom took effect too quickly, the victim had no chance to take the antidote at all. Swoosh! The short man in black had a ferocious look on his face. It seemed that everyone around him could see his cruel expression. The sharp dagger flashed in the air, piercing towards Xia Ping's back. With such a short distance and such a fast speed, it seemed unstoppable. Bang! However, just when the short man in black thought that Xia Ping would definitely be killed by his attack, his dagger was 1 meter away from Xia Ping's body, and the situation suddenly changed. A terrifying aura rose from Xia Ping's body. His gang qi vibrated, as if a rock had enveloped his body. With his body as the center, a terrifying vortex formed in a radius of several meters. When his dagger fell into these vortexes, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp. It was blocked by layers of gang qi. Even if it wanted to advance a centimeter, It would require a lot of strength. How is this possible? What kind of protective technique is this? The short man in black was horrified, and his face was pale. As an assassin, he had to kill with one strike. If he did not succeed, he would immediately escape. This was the essence of an assassin. Speed was the essence of an assassin. But now that he had fallen into a swamp, his body seemed to be surrounded by endless gang chi vortexes. His body could hardly move. Even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance in a short time. An assassin who had lost his speed was no different from a lamb. I've already said, go ask the king of hell. Xia Ping turned around, and his palm turned into an eagle's claw, grabbing at the man fiercely. Bang! Immediately, the short man in black's head was smashed like a watermelon. It turned into a ball of blood, burst open, and spilled all over the ground. There was only a headless corpse left on the ground. The blood that splashed out was blocked by Xia Ping's gang chi, so it did not affect his clothes and did not stain the dust. Bastard! Seeing that Xia Ping had killed another grandmaster of the Wang family, the remaining disciples of the Wang family were dumbfounded. In an instant, they had formed an irreconcilable hatred with Xia Ping. All of them went crazy and attacked. I told you, you can't stop me. Xia Ping stabbed with his spear. Immediately, the grandmaster screamed. His golden bell chi shield, known as the Absolute Defense, was pierced by the hell spear. It was as fragile as tofu. That was to be expected. Even if the golden bell chi shield could withstand countless swords and even sniper guns, how could it resist the hell spear, a weapon of hell? This precious weapon was invincible and specialized in breaking internal gang chi. The so-called golden bell chi shield was no different from scraps of paper in front of the hell spear. It was not worth mentioning. Chapter 805. But this is just the beginning. At this time, the Grandmaster with the giant axe came down from the sky with amazing momentum. It seems that this area has turned into a vacuum zone, and even the earth has been pressed down by such a strong wind by several centimeters. Xia Ping didn't even look at it. He stretched out his left hand and ran the aura in his body. At this moment, his left hand seemed to turn into the claw of the golden crow of hell, showing a pale golden color. Dong! It was this claw that immediately caught hold of the giant axe and forcefully resisted it just like that. The tyrannical force broke out, like a flood, and the ground where Xia Ping was immediately shaken out a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters, and the soil splashed. But Xia Ping was still unmoved, standing where he was, unharmed, and these tyrannical forces were absorbed by Dark Northa's body protection technique, transferred, and scattered on the ground. Impossible! The Grandmaster with the giant axe completely collapsed. Why are you not dead yet? Why are you not dead yet? Under my heaven-splitting axe, no one should be able to survive. Even a monster will be split in half by my giant axe, but now you are still alive. Illusion, this is definitely an illusion. What kind of camouflage did you use? He couldn't accept it at all, and his self-confidence completely collapsed. Originally, he was extremely confident in his axe and thought that no one could match it. Even Wang Tong, the strongest here, didn't think he was much stronger than himself. But now there was a monster, Xia Ping, who didn't do anything. He caught his giant axe with his bare hands and was unscathed. This is simply a blatant mockery of him. This is denying his path to the Grandmaster. If his axe has no effect on the enemy, then what is the point of practicing martial arts and cultivating? Stupid! Xia Ping didn't even bother to talk nonsense with this Grandmaster with a brain full of muscles. The void is a bucket, and the spear of hell in his right hand pierced through his body on the spot. He ran the aura a little and immediately shook the axe Grandmaster into a ball of meat sauce and into pieces. Not good, this Xia thief is too strong. Not an opponent at all. The Grandmaster is as fragile as a baby in his hands. This is the champion of the genius battle, This is the monster with the aptitude of the invincible king. How can he be so strong? Was he still human? Even a divine beast can't compare. Before this, I thought that I wasn't that far off from these monsters, and that there was still a chance for me to compete with them. But now, it seems like there's no point in competing. One person killing a whole group of us, how can we compete? Let's run. If we continue to stay here, we'll definitely die. After consecutively killing several grandmasters, the Wang clan disciples came to their senses. Their anger subsided and was replaced by fear, terror, and deep regret. Why was he so foolish to offend such a monster? Wasn't that courting death? If they were able to kill their opponents, perhaps they would be filled with rage and chop their opponents into pieces. However, their opponent's strength was not something they could match. Even if they charged forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. They had used all their strength in an attack, yet the other party was completely unscathed. How could they have the courage to do so? Kill! Xia Ping rushed forward. His whole body was covered with astral energy, and like a cannonball, he rushed into the crowd. He was simply like a speeding tank, sweeping everything in his way. These Wang clan disciples were no different from ordinary people without any resistance. They were all sent flying and exploded in midair. Their deaths were extremely miserable. He crushed all the Wang clan disciples who stood in his way. He was invincible, and in the end, no one could stop him. He arrived in front of Wang Rulong just like that. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. Blood flowed everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. At this moment, Wang Rulong was completely petrified. The grandmasters who had been protecting him had all died. Now, there was no one left to protect him. Even if there were still grandmasters alive, after seeing Xia Ping's ferocity, who would dare to attack? He knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear and trembling all over. Even his uncle, Wang Tong, had a gloomy expression at this moment. His eyes were filled with fear as he weighed the pros and cons. Save me, hurry up and save me. I'm a direct descendant of the Wang clan. You pieces of trash, hurry up and save me. Come and save me. What are you waiting for? Wang Rulong was extremely frightened. His face was pale as he let out an angry roar. He shouted at the Wang clan disciples in the distance, hoping that they could come and save him and kill this ferocious monster. But at this moment, no one dared to move, and no one dared to come forward. It wasn't that no one came forward previously. There were brave people, but they were all dead. They were stabbed to death by Xia Ping's spear without mercy. It seemed that no matter how much courage they had, it was incomparably laughable in front of this ferocious monster. Even the grandmasters who came forward were all dead. They were completely killed by this ferocious monster. Who else would dare to come forward? Save you? Who else can save you now? If I want to kill you, who dares to stop me? Xia Ping looked down at Wang Rulong from above. He looked at him calmly, as if he was looking at an ant. Being looked at like this, high and mighty, like a god. As a direct descendant of the Wang clan, how could Wang Rulong bear such a gaze? He was the descendant of a king, how could he be an ant? But this man was too terrifying. He had killed so many Wang clan disciples that even the grandmasters did not dare to come forward to save him. They could only stand at a distance and watch him die. Such unparalleled ferocity made countless people tremble. Xia Ping, go to hell, go to hell. You want to kill me? It's not that easy, not that easy. Wang Rulong was going crazy. He took out the energy gun in his hand and fired wildly at Xia Ping. This was the only weapon he had that could kill a grandmaster, and it was also his only hope. Fool! Xia Ping's figure flashed. Under the mind scan, no movement could be hidden. This energy gun was powerful, but no matter how powerful it was, the trigger had to be pulled and the muzzle had to be aimed. As long as these movements existed, there would be a moment of delay. In front of a grandmaster, this kind of delay was a fatal flaw. With a whoosh, he used the Kunpeng steps and a pair of wings grew on his back. Without a sound, he appeared behind Wang Rulong in an instant. No! Wang Rulong was scared half to death. He was extremely terrified and wanted to turn around and shoot Xia Ping. Xia Ping did not even look at him. He slammed his palm through the air and hit Wang Rulong's head ruthlessly. Dong! This palm strike was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying force. Wang Rulong's head exploded like a balloon, and his flesh splattered everywhere. This force even spread to his entire body. His entire body could not withstand it and was shaken into a pile of meat paste. Chapter 806. Bastard! Seeing Wang Rulong killed by Xia Ping, Wang Tong was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to kill my nephew? My Wang clan will not rest until you are dead. Just you wait, my Wang clan ancestor will not let you go. You are dead for sure. He was furious to the extreme. So many elites of his Wang clan had been killed by Xia Ping, and now even a direct descendant like Wang Rulong had been killed on the spot. This was simply an unbearable loss. If this was in the outside world, it would have caused a huge commotion and would have been condemned by countless people. However, this was the Myriad Treasures Island, a dangerous sea region. It would not be strange even if many people died. Even if they wanted to complain, they could not do anything for the time being. Oh, I'll wait for your Wang clan ancestor to bite me. With a swoosh, Xia Ping instantly attacked. He held the Hell Spear in his hand and attacked Wang Tong. A pair of wings grew out from his back, making him look like a rock. His speed was inconceivable. He immediately arrived in front of Wang Tong and stabbed with the spear, exploding with great power. Bastard! Wang Tong clenched his teeth. He felt a fatal crisis. This spear was incomparably terrifying. It concentrated all of Xia Ping's essence, qi, and spirit. It was practically his strongest attack. It was as if his soul was being targeted by the god of death. A terrifying sickle slashed over, wanting to completely take away his soul and drag it into hell. Even a huge vortex appeared in the air. Countless qi revolved and surrounded his body. No matter how he struggled, he was surrounded by the qi and had nowhere to escape. Dong! This spear easily pierced through Wang Tong's body, piercing through his chest. Blood splattered everywhere, bursting out and scattering on the ground with a poochie sound. No! Wang Tong's eyes widened. His pupils revealed shock, disbelief, fear, and other emotions. It was as if he could not believe that he had died so tragically in the hands of a junior. He was stabbed to death by a spear just like that. With a plop, his corpse fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Seeing this situation, the remaining descendants of the Wang family were scared to the point of wetting their pants. Even their leader, Wang Tong, had died. In addition, this brat had killed a few grandmasters with a wave of his hand. Basically, the battle strength of the upper echelons had been wiped out. Right now, they only had some useless soldiers and crab generals. Facing such a fiend, if they continued to resist, they would probably follow in the footsteps of Wang Tong and the others, and be killed on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Their hands and feet were nimble, and their courage had been completely scared out of their wits. They quickly fled into the distance as if there was oil on their soles. Some displayed peerless qinggong, stepping on the air as if they were walking on the moon, moving quickly. Some were like large birds, gliding through the air while manipulating stellar energy. Whistling sounds could be heard from the surroundings. There were also some who ran on the great earth, like cheetahs, hiding from place to place, extremely fast. You can't escape. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. He grabbed out with his hand, causing the air to tremble thousands of times. Fireballs immediately condensed in the air. With a boom, these fireballs numbered in the hundreds and thousands. Under the control of his will, they flew quickly and smashed into the crowd, exploding on the spot. Suddenly, these fireballs exploded with shocking power, as if hundreds of tons of explosives had exploded. This explosion was enough to destroy the area within a radius of several miles. Ah, ah, ah! One by one, the disciples of the Wang family let out shrill screams. They couldn't withstand such an explosion and were blown to pieces in an instant. Not even their bones were left. Even though some of them avoided the center of the explosion, their bodies were contaminated by a large amount of flames. These flames were the essence of the sun and were extremely fierce. Once touched, it was difficult to get rid of them. Even water couldn't completely extinguish these flames. They would burn the enemy's life until the last moment. With a boom, all the disciples of the Wang family within a radius of several miles were killed. None of them could escape. They were either blown to death on the spot, torn to pieces, or burned to ashes by the flames. Not bad. Xia Ping grabbed with his hand and immediately grabbed the energy gun left behind by Wang Rulong. This was a technological weapon that could kill a master-level expert. Its value was not small. Once obtained, it would be a huge killing weapon. However, he carefully looked at it. This energy gun also seemed to consume a lot of energy. Every time it fired, it would consume a lot of energy. Unless one was rich, they wouldn't be able to afford this kind of weapon. But for him, this amount of energy consumption was nothing. It was like a drop in the ocean. There are still quite a few spirit medicines. Xia Ping also continued to search. He discovered that these disciples of the Wang family also had a lot of harvests on Myriad Treasures Island. They found many precious spirit medicines. For example, 1,000-year-old ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma, and so on. These were all valuable spirit medicines in the outside world. Even if you paid a huge price, you might not be able to obtain them. But in a place like Myriad Treasures Island, these spirit medicines could be obtained at will. Be careful, there are quite a few people heading this way. Jiang Yaru immediately warned. She searched for spirit chi fluctuations within a radius of 100 miles and knew that many martial artists were quickly heading this way. Perhaps they were attracted by the intense battle and wanted to know what had happened. But it was completely conceivable that if these martial artists saw Xia Ping defeat a group of bandits and even obtain all the treasures on them, something bad would definitely happen. Perhaps they would directly start fighting and fight to the death. Okay, then let's go. Xia Ping nodded. He didn't want to waste his energy here for no reason. After all, if he was surrounded on Myriad Treasures Island, he was afraid that he would be in danger. He wanted to continue to search for treasures on Myriad Treasures Island. As soon as his voice fell, he and Jiang Yaru quickly left. Just 10 minutes after Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru left, many martial artists broke through the air and came to the center of the battle between Xia Ping and the disciples of the Wang family. When they saw the traces of the battle around them, all of them were frightened. My God, what a fierce battle! The disciples of the Wang family are all members of the Wang family. There are many experts in the 6th stage of the Supreme Power realm among them. No way, so many people and such tyrannical strength. How could they be wiped out? Indeed, it's too strange. What happened? Did these disciples of the Wang family encounter a terrible monster? Otherwise, how could this happen? It's not a monster. Look at their treasures. All of them have been taken away. How could a monster do such a thing? Yes, but we also have to be careful. Otherwise, we might fail miserably in an easy task and be ambushed by others, dying on the spot. The Myriad Treasures Island is too dangerous. We must stay alert. It's really miserable. If these disciples of the Wang family were in the outside world, no one would dare to provoke them. But here, they are no different from ordinary brothers. Chapter 807. At this time, a huge ship was anchored outside a beach on Myriad Treasures Island. At this time, 5 figures walked out from the ship. They flew in the air as if the air itself had solidified. With their bodies as the center, a terrifying aura was formed. It seemed that anyone who dared to approach this aura would die without a burial. If someone saw these figures, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits and prostrate themselves in worship. These were existences that could not be resisted because these figures were impressively kings. They were the Ox King, the Cat King, the Snake King, the Bear King, and the Black Scorpion King. These kings were adventuring near the endless sea. Then, they received the news from Myriad Monster Mountain and quickly rushed here. As for the Black Scorpion King, he came from thousands of miles away in order to kill his enemy Xia Ping and avenge his son. Hehe, this is Myriad Treasures Island. Sure enough, the spirit energy is dense and there are many spirit herbs. I guess we can get a lot of harvest from this island. The Cat King laughed. He moved his nose and took a deep breath to feel the smell here. It seemed that he had learned most of the information about this island through the smell. We are not here to search for treasures, but to kill. The Black Scorpion King's body emitted endless killing intent. No matter what, that human Xia Ping must die this time. No one can save him. He clenched his fists and was filled with killing intent. Among the many kings, his killing intent towards Xia Ping was the heaviest and the most urgent. It had no choice. Its son had died at the hands of this human, and its heart was constantly tormented. It wanted nothing more than to immediately take revenge, but it was obstructed by the human king. It could only watch as this damned human got away with it, and he was even doing very well. The greater Xia Ping's reputation was, the more painful it would be to slap its face. Now, the chance he had been waiting for finally appeared. He was simply ecstatic and impatient. Black Scorpion King, no need to be so nervous. He is just a human, and not even a king yet. As long as we find this brat, we can kill him like crushing an ant. The Bear King said arrogantly with absolute confidence. But this was also a normal thing. The difference between a king and a master was only one level, but this difference was enough to make countless warriors feel despair. Even if millions of masters joined hands, they would not be able to kill a king. That's right. They're just mere humans. What's the big deal? Previously, I let him stir up trouble everywhere, but that's because he didn't meet a king. This can also be considered as that human's bad luck. I reckon that he made the 1,000 Monster Mountain fear him to such an extent. If he doesn't die, the heavens won't forgive him. To be able to make a fiend king take action, even if he dies, he can still be proud of himself. He can enter the annals of history. Their words were filled with contempt for Xia Ping. They believed that they could kill Xia Ping with a wave of their hands. There would definitely not be any problems. This was the confidence of a king. Everyone, it's better to be careful. The Black Scorpion King clenched his teeth. This human is not simple. He is cunning, and shameless. Despicable is his nature. Who knows how many geniuses of the demon race have fallen at his hands? Even the kings have almost suffered losses. If we underestimate this human, we might suffer a little. He might even find an opportunity to escape. If that happens, we'll lose all our face. It was very cautious. Ever since the last incident, it had become extremely low-key. It was careful in everything it did and was no longer as reckless as before. Black Scorpion King. The Snake Demon King laughed cruelly. You really are a demon, but you don't have guts. Where did the confidence of the previous 72 kings go? Why are you so scared now? To tell you the truth, this is a master, just a master. Plus, he's a human. What do you think this human has to contend against us? Even if we stand here without moving and let him hit us, this brat won't be able to hurt us at all. Do you know what a fiend king is? It looked at the Black Scorpion King with disdain. It thought that this guy was as timid as a mouse, lowering the noble character of a fiend king. Facing a mere human master, he had to be cautious. This was simply a joke. Did he really think that the threat of the 5 kings was a joke? Even if this brat was Monkey's son, he would not be able to escape from the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Snake Demon King. Hearing this, the Black Scorpion King's face turned as black as charcoal. It roared angrily, "You motherfucker, do you want to die? You dare to call me a coward? I'm just being cautious. Do you understand being cautious? You're just a retard with muscles all over your head. How can you understand the greatness of wisdom? What a joke." It felt humiliated and yelled angrily. "Wisdom? Is it as powerful as your fists? Do you believe that I won't smash you into minced meat with one punch? Let's see how you'll defeat me with wisdom then." The Snake Demon King sneered and remained unmoved. "Interesting. Then come and practice. I've disliked you for a long time." The Black Scorpion King was so angry that he laughed. A terrifying evil aura gushed out of his body, distorting the space and causing the earth to tremble. After being humiliated by Xia Ping during this period of time, he had suffered great humiliation. However, this also made him reflect on the painful experience. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now a level stronger than before. The Snake Demon King and the Black Scorpion King faced each other. Two balls of black energy burst out and collided with each other. Immediately, a huge crater was formed. Soil flew everywhere, and the scene was shocking. Enough! The Ox Demon King stood out. With a light bump, he immediately separated the 2 Fiend Kings and sent them flying hundreds of meters away. He said coldly, "This time, we're here to complete the mission, not to fight amongst ourselves. If you want to fight amongst yourselves, wait until this is over. At that time, no one will stop you no matter how you fight." His tone was stern, warning the 2 Fiend Kings not to fight amongst themselves. "Humph." Upon hearing this, the Black Scorpion King snorted coldly. "Consider yourself lucky this time. You have the Ox Demon King's help. Otherwise, you would definitely die a tragic death today. You sure talk big. Why didn't you kill a few human monarchs before this?" The Snake Demon King also sneered. These words immediately infuriated the Black Scorpion King. His face turned green. However, when he recalled the Ox Demon King's warning and his hatred for Xia Ping, he temporarily endured it. "Alright, Snake Demon King, you are not allowed to provoke me. Otherwise, you will definitely be punished if you cause trouble," the Ox Demon King said in a deep voice as he glared at the Snake Demon King. The Snake Demon King didn't say anything, but he also didn't say such provocative words. "Let's go and find the human Xia Ping. Once we find him, we'll kill him on the spot," the Ox Demon King said indifferently. He directly gave the order. This order was very simple and direct. There was no plan. They just had to crush their way through. This was the tyranny of a Fiend King. Once found, the other party would definitely die. No matter what tricks they had, it would be useless. This was the suppression of absolute strength. Everything else was useless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 808. One day later. Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru were walking around Myriad Treasures Island, constantly searching for traces of other people. Finally, they arrived at a huge volcanic mountain range. This mountain range was filled with countless volcanoes, each one spewing out a large amount of lava. The sky was filled with gray dust, forming a dense black mass. The surroundings were filled with a scalding temperature. Large amounts of red lava flowed on the ground, as if a flood dragon was entrenched on the ground, appearing malevolent and fierce. At this moment, at the foot of the largest volcano, a large number of experts were gathered. The road leading to the volcano's summit was surrounded by a large number of sea race experts. This was the famous shark race of the sea. Each of them held a spear in their hands, and wore black armor. They were fully armed, and their fangs were fierce. Their momentum was aggressive, and they were uniform, just like an army. Moreover, their numbers were extremely shocking. It seemed as if the shark race had sent an army into Myriad Treasures Island. They were extremely tyrannical, sealing off the entire volcano, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Many human martial artists also arrived here, but they seemed to be very afraid of the shark race's strength. Each and every one of them lingered at the foot of the volcano, unwilling to leave. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered here? Could it be that there's some kind of treasure? Xia Ping immediately stepped forward and asked. He wanted to inquire about some information. Of course there's a treasure in this volcano. The legendary geocentric Ganoderma grows in this largest volcano. Indeed, the geocentric Ganoderma is a supreme treasure bred from the flames of the Earth's core. It's incomparably precious, and can only be born in the hottest environment. However, after these deep-sea demons learned of this news, they immediately surrounded the volcano, not allowing any human to enter or leave. They are extremely tyrannical. Truly hateful, to actually forcefully seize the treasure. There's no other way, they are stronger than us. These sea race demons are numerous, and their strength is formidable. Who would dare to resist? It's just a pity that the geocentric Ganoderma was snatched away by these sea race demons. Many human martial artists were extremely regretful. They clearly knew that the geocentric Ganoderma was in the depths of the volcano, but they were unable to enter because they were blocked by the sea race demons. Geocentric Ganoderma. Hearing this, Xia Ping and Jiang Yara's eyes lit up. They had been searching for almost an entire day just to find the geocentric Ganoderma. Who would have thought that they would actually obtain news of it in this place? Thinking of this, he immediately stepped forward and shouted at the group of shark demons, "I am a great character of the human race. Quickly let us in, and in the future, there will be great benefits for you." He put on an expression as if he was a big shot, asking the group of shark demons to make way for him. Scram! A shark monster general shot him a sidelong glance. He said with disdain, "Little brat, you are a great figure of the human race, so don't boast here. Do you really think my shark monster race is so stupid? Hurry up and get the hell out of here." It waved its hand, wanting to chase Xia Ping away. With a slap, Xia Ping slapped the shark demon, causing it to spin on the spot. Its face was swollen, and a few of its teeth were almost knocked out. Damn it, this kid is crazy. The group of human martial artists was dumbfounded. In the face of so many shark demons, he actually dared to act here, slapping one in the face on the spot. This was far too daring. Because this had happened so suddenly, the group of shark demons were also in a daze. The shark monster general covered his swollen face, as if he couldn't believe that a human would actually dare to act against him. For a time, they didn't know what to say. They could only stare at Xia Ping with wide eyes. Scram! Xia Ping cursed, "You actually dare to say such words to me? Do you know who I am? I am a member of the human race's Wang family. People call me Wang Rulong, the descendant of a king, yet you still dare to disrespect me? You simply don't know how to write the word death. Did your leader not teach you any etiquette? When facing great figures, you should be respectful. Do you really need to force me to flip out before you understand the principles of being a monster?" He revealed the appearance of a hedonistic young master. The human race's Wang family? The surrounding human martial artists were all shocked. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. So he was a direct descendant of a king family. It was only natural for him to have such a hedonistic attitude. Human race's Wang family? The group of shark monsters were also stunned. They had heard of the Wang family before. This king family had a king guarding it, equivalent to a monster king. His strength was tyrannical and not simple at all. "I'm not boasting. I have good relations with the upper echelons of your shark monster race and have been friends for generations. If you dare to offend me, I will give the order and your head will roll to the ground. Xia Ping continued to boast, conveniently shifting the blame onto the Wang family. He exuded the aura of a great figure, as if he wanted to scold the other party like a senior disciplining a junior. His attitude was condescending, as if he were treating this group of shark monsters as his own little brothers, loudly reprimanding them. Friendship my ass. At this time, the shark monster general finally reacted. He immediately cursed, my shark monster race is absolutely irreconcilable with the human race. There is a blood feud between us, so how could a human be friends with my shark monster race? Don't lie here. The human race's Wang family has also killed many of our shark monster brothers and sisters, yet you still want to be friends with our leader? Dream on. It was nearly driven mad with rage. This boy's arrogant attitude had nearly scared it silly. After all, in the face of so many shark monsters, this boy still dared to slap it in the face. If this boy didn't have a backer, then what else could it be? If this human really did know a great figure of its shark monster race, then if he were to casually say a few bad words behind their backs, its head might not even be able to keep. Fortunately, it had heard the flaw in his words and was able to expose the true face of this evil human. But it couldn't help but say that this fellow really did have the aura of a great figure. If it weren't for the deep hatred between the shark race and the human race, then perhaps it really might have been scared silly, thinking that this human really did have a deep friendship with the upper echelons of the shark race. After all, sometimes humans also had friendly relations with some sea monster races, even cooperating with each other and carrying out business transactions. I can't scare you. Didn't they say that the intelligence of the shark race isn't high? Xia Ping blinked his eyes and muttered. The shark monster general's complexion turned as black as charcoal. Fuck, this bastard human was really trying to scare them. Moreover, he even thought that their shark race was easy to deceive. Just how much did he look down on the intelligence of their shark monster race? When had their shark monster race ever been seen by a human to such an extent that he thought he could fool a 3-year-old child? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.